I'm here today with my mother, Ruth Lee Peterman, in my home in Madison, Wisconsin. Today is March 25th, 2013, and I'm Shelley Peterman Schwartz. Mom, when and where were you born?
I was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, on Canal Street, 32nd and Canal, and I was born at home in the back of my parents' grocery store.
What year were you born?
1923. My two sisters and brother went over to my aunt's house when my mother went into labor. And the stories they tell me were that they were all sent over to Aunt Ida Shansky so that they wouldn't be there when I was born. And they tell me that they all came running home after I was born, and they were so excited that they had a baby sister. But Aunt Shirley was crying because she couldn't run as fast as the other two, Jerry and Sylvia. But she says she remembers it very vividly. That was her first recollection.
And how old would Aunt Shirley have been at that time?
Aunt Shirley was 4. Jerry was 6. And Sylvia was 8.
Have you ever discussed this with them over the years? Have any other stories come out about that time?
Well, they all were very excited about it. That's all they said. But they all remembered very specifically that day.
And that day would have been how many years ago?
That would have been 90 years ago.
How does it feel reaching that milestone?
It's mind-boggling. I can't believe that I've lived this long and seen so many changes in the world. Radio was brand new. Not many people had radios.
Did you have one?
I don't remember having a radio until I was maybe 10 years old. We might have had one, but I wasn't aware of it. Although I do remember listening to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was president at the time, and my folks, everybody was very quiet, and we all listened to the president talk about what was going on in the country. They were called fireside chats. I don't know why, because we didn't have a fireplace.
But everybody would gather around?
Around the radio.
Would other groups were other family members involved, or just your...
No, I just remember our family. I don't have too many recollections before the age of 4.
What was your full name at birth?
My name was Ruth Cohn. I didn't have a middle name, but my father used to call me, and everybody called me Rivulet, which is an endearing term for Ruth. And so when I was old enough to be aware, I took on the name of Lee, Ruth Lee Cohn.
Were you named after anybody in particular?
I was named after my great-grandmother. Her name was Reva.
What do you remember about her?
Oh, I never met her. It was my mother's grandmother, my maternal grandmother's mother.
What do you know about the relative that you were named for?
Only that my mother loved her. And I don't even know. I think I have a picture of her. My grandmother's maiden name was Kazansky. I think her name was... No, I can't.
You can't remember.
I think I have it written down someplace.
Well, let's talk about your grandparents and some of the family history on your mother's side.
My grandmother, my mother had a brother and a sister. My mother was the youngest of three. There was Uncle Ben Titelbaum, Sarah Yano, and my mother, whose maiden name was Titelbaum. My grandmother died before Sylvia was born. My mother and father were married on Christmas Day in 1914. I believe it was, or 1913. My mother always said she was married at her mother's bedside because my grandmother was dying. And my mother, she wanted to see my mother married before she died. She had what they called at that time dropsy, which is a disease caused by the kidney failure.
Did she have diabetes or anything like that? Do you think that might have been?
My mother, they really didn't talk too much about the past.
Mm-hmm.
My mother, she was 17 or 18 when she got married. My dad was 24. They lived in Milwaukee, and my grandmother and my grandfather, I don't know too much about their relationship, but I knew that they got a divorce, which was almost unheard of at the time. And he deserted my grandmother.
Well, how did she get to the United States, your grandmother?
I have no idea.
Was she married when she was here?
She was married in the old country.
Okay, in the old country.
My mother was 3 months old when she came to the United States. So my aunt and uncle were both born in Europe because she was the youngest.
Did anybody ever talk about the old country or what
No.
life was like?
No. Everybody wanted to forget about that part of their lives and to assimilate into being American. That was the mindset of most people who came to this country.
Did you even know what your grandparents did in the old country in terms of
Well, my grandfather, I don't know what year he came to this country. My grandfather was like a travel agent. He would make arrangements for people to go back to Europe or to have people here who would give him the money, and he would make the transaction of bringing over the wives or the children or the parents of people who were living here. And sometimes he would go back to Europe. In fact, he was in Europe when the Second World War broke out. And so he was not able to come back to the United States. And he was in Europe during the Second World War.
Do you know exactly where in Europe?
No, that was never discussed.
Do you know what area they were born in?
Well, my mother used to say that her family came from Vitebsk. V-I-T... I'm not quite sure how.
I've never heard of that before.
Well, I mean, there's a place, in fact, in Israel, in one of the memorials, they have a section that's from the people of Vitebsk. It was a fairly large community. It's on the map of Russia, but it's not too far from Minsk, and I don't even know what part of Russia it would be now. But while my grandfather was in Europe during the Second World War, he married another woman while he was still married to my to my grandfather. And then
your grandmother.
To my grandmother.
Right.
Sorry. That was Dushka. You remember?
I remember.
Ida Lurie and Aaron Tillman were the children that were born there.
In
Russia during the Second World War, the First World War. So when my grandmother found out that eventually, when he came back, that he had a wife and 2 children there, she got a divorce from him. So my grandfather was a bigamist.
Well, that's pretty notable.
Yeah, that's the skeleton in my closet.
It's a big one.
Uh-huh.
So how long would he have been in Europe for him to get married and have
maybe 3-4 years?
So she didn't see him for 3 or 4 years.
No.
How did your grandmother manage financially?
She, like a lot of other women that were left, a lot of the husbands left their wives. At that time, it wasn't uncommon. Sometimes a lot of men would come over to this country and leave their families there because they couldn't afford to bring the whole family here. So the men would come here and go to work and save money and then send for his family. That happened with Grandpa Peterman. He came here first and established himself, and so then sent for his wife and children.
So your mother's father,
yes,
originally brought his wife
and the 3 children
to this country.
Right.
So he must have had some money or some connections to be able to bring everybody at first, or had he come earlier?
He had come earlier.
And established this business?
The Teitelbaums were, I've heard, there were like 12 children of the Teitelbaums. I don't know all of them. I've done some research on it. But my grandfather, his sister was Ida Shansky, and Miriam Post, and
Was another sister? You said Ida Shansky
yes,
was your grandfather's sister.
There was Uncle Sam Teelbaum.
And Miriam was another one?
Another was a sister, Sam Teelbaum. There was Philip Teelbaum. Those are the only ones that I'm aware of. And they all settled, well, 3 of them settled in Milwaukee, besides Max. I had an Uncle Philip who stayed in Staten Island, and he came to visit once. And they were quite an aristocratic family. I don't know what they did in Europe, because they must have had some money. But they were all well educated and very artistic. That's where the musical writing ability.
Who was musical that you remember?
Everybody in the family played musical instruments of one kind or another.
Did your mother?
No.
But her father did. But he was a writer, though, wasn't he? Or who was the writer?
Actually, none of them. Jeannie Teelbaum, that's Uncle Ben's daughter, delved into a lot of that. They were all scholars. I don't know much more than that, but that's where all the talent seemed to come from, not from my grandmother's side.
They came from your father's side.
No. My grandmother's was a Kazansky. That was her maiden name.
Your father's mother?
No, my mother's.
Your mother's father?
My mother's father was the Teelbaum. His wife, my mother's mother, was a Kazansky. Okay. My grandfather's name was Max Teelbaum, and my grandmother's name was Ida Kazansky. I think that should be established.
Okay. Now, your father's family. How old was your father when he came to this country?
My father was 13 or 14.
Okay, and his family situation?
His father was a miller. He had a grain mill. His, I don't know if he could own land at that time or if he rented part of if he rented it, but he had like a grain mill, and they would have like an inn where people could stay overnight. I never heard him talk about it, but I remember hearing that.
And where was this?
In Russia. have it written down somewhere where in the vicinity of where it was.
Did you ever get a sense of the living conditions or the where your grandfather or father?
No. As I said before, nobody talked about the old country, they called it. They wanted to forget their past,
Right.
and become Americans. That was everybody's dream.
Forget about the old ways, and
Right.
this was the new. Was there any talk of Christians or their interactions with, the non-Jewish community or?
No, they never talked about that. And they never talked in a derogatory way about any people. I don't remember any bigotry or cursing or
Anger toward
other people. I know that went on in a lot of other families
where they were angry and
Yes,
resentful.
and always had to have somebody to blame.
Mm-hmm.
But I never heard that in my house.
Do you know what kind of schooling they had?
I
Either,
honestly
yeah.
don't know. My mother did go to school here and graduated from the 8th grade
But
in
in
the
the
Milwaukee Public School. My father didn't know how to read or write when he came to this country. And he learned by assimilation. And my mother taught him how to read and write a lot. She was a teacher to him. He, when my father came to this country, he was sent for by a cousin, Louis Cohn, who lived in Chicago. And when he came here, Louis Cohn was an entrepreneur who had come over several years earlier and went into buying produce from farmers and with a horse and wagon because nobody had automobiles.
Do you have any sense of what year this was?
Well, it had to be about 19. My dad was born in 1890, so that would be about 1904, 1905. And
do you have any idea how Louis Cohn communicated with your father in Russia?
No. And so my father was brought here, and he used to take care of the horses when Louis Cohn had this horse and wagon. Then my father was taught to be a tailor at Hart, Schaffner and Marks, which was a men's clothing manufacturer, very well known.
In Chicago?
Yes.
But he worked in Chicago? Or
Yes, he lived in Chicago. And
did he work in the factory?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And I guess he was working there until he married my mother.
Okay, so he started working with taking care of horses?
Right, as a young boy.
And then you think, how old was he when he worked at Hart, Schaffner and Marks? Was that like moving up in the world?
Yes, definitely. And
well, how old was he when he married your mother?
He would be 24. So maybe he worked there 7-8 years. I don't know.
How did he meet Grandma?
I think they had I just want to get this straight in my mind. Grandpa Cone, sister, was married to my mother's uncle, Philip, the one that lived in Staten Island. His wife was Grandpa Cone's sister. So the family, the Teitelbaums and the Cones, knew each other. And there were a lot of relatives on the Cone side that were in Chicago, that had come to Chicago and lived there.
So Louis Cone, who had Grandpa come over to take care of his horses in his produce business,
right?
Were we related to him? Or was
distantly?
Okay, because so many Cones.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's a very common name because it's the Canes, the high priests in biblical times were Canes.
And so when they came over,
Yeah.
it was anglicized to be Cone.
Actually, the name originally was Kahan.
Kahan.
And Grandpa Cone still used that name. He never changed it legally. But Louis Cone had changed his name from Kahan to Cone, and they thought that was more Americanized. So that's why my dad changed his name. And when Uncle Jerry decided to change his name from Cone to Colburn, he told my dad, and my dad said, I don't care. That Cone isn't my real name anyway. So it doesn't bother me if you change it.
Sounds like your parents were pretty open-minded.
Oh, definitely.
And willing to accept the new modern, whatever
and
worked.
It changes.
Yeah.
They were very adaptable.
Mm-hmm. Before we go on with that, I want to just go back a little to how religious the family was. Were your grandparents, did you ever get any sense of? My
mother never taught me how to light the candles on Shabbos. She always did. And she kept kosher too. We had 2 sets of dishes always.
Really?
Oh, yes. I mean, that was the way of life.
Did most people?
Oh, sure.
So when you visited relatives and friends, they all did the same thing?
Oh, yeah. And we had another set of dishes for Passover.
I find that very interesting, where they want to assimilate and forget the old country and I don't want to talk about it, and yet they're still bringing over the
Well, my mother never considered herself anything but American because she had no memory at all.
Yeah, she was only, 6 months old?
3
months she came.
So she had no memory of it.
What about, was it Grandpa's father who lived with the family?
Yeah, Grandpa Cone and my grandmother.
They lived with. I never met her.
No, she died long before. But you met my grandfather.
Yes. But did she do it because of him to keep kosher? Would that have been?
No. She was kept kosher before then. Because I remember when we were kids, we had dishes for dairy and dishes for meat dishes. And for Passover, we would have to clean out the pantry, wrap up all the dishes, and bring down the dishes for Passover. And Shirley and I hated doing that job.
How did you wrap up the dishes?
In newspaper.
And what did you do
Put
with
them
them?
in a barrel and brought down the barrel. We'd empty out the barrel from the Passover dishes, and we had 2 sets of silverware and glasses.
How old would you have been to have this memory, such a strong memory?
Maybe 8, 10. I mean, we did it forever, it seemed.
So when did it stop? I don't remember Grandma ever keeping kosher.
Well, after my Zadie died. Because my parents sent for Grandma and Grandpa Cohn. And they came to the United States, and they lived with us. And eventually, my grandmother and grandfather were sent up to Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. And they lived there. And my grandfather became the teacher to all the Jewish families. There might have been 6 or 7, I don't know, maybe 10 families of Jews in Fond du Lac. And the surrounding areas, they were farmers in that area, Jewish farmers. And so he taught them he taught them Hebrew so they could be bar mitzvahed.
This is Zadie's father. Grandpa's father. Zadie.
Yes, Avram.
Avram.
Yeah.
Abraham.
Abraham.
Is that who Steve is named after?
Tom.
Or Tom?
Thomas Allen was named after Grandpa. He died while I was pregnant with Tom.
So we're talking about the...
Grandma and Grandpa lived in Fond du Lac. He was also the sheikh. He killed the chickens. Kosher chickens. And we would go up there, I remember as a child, maybe 6 or 7, my first recollection, driving up there in our car. And the cars didn't have heaters, and it was the winter time. And we would bundle up with blankets, and we would have 2 or 3 bricks, which they would put in the oven ahead of time. And we would put our feet on them in the back seat and cover with a blanket to keep warm, because the trip took several hours to get there. There weren't a lot of paved roads, and of course there were no freeways.
But your father had a car.
Yes, we had a car. A lot of parents didn't have cars, but we did because we had a grocery store. No, my father had a car because he had to go get produce and meat and chickens for the grocery store.
Did he transport it in his car?
Yes. Well, you could buy a 50-pound bag of potatoes.
But I remember your mother carrying like a side of beef.
Yes.
He could get that in the car?
No, they would deliver big things like that.
But to have
but he would go to a retailer or a wholesaler, I should say, and he would buy like a case of soup or a case of vegetables.
And they'd put it in the car.
Yes, that he could put in the car. Or he would buy a a 50-pound bag of sugar and a 50-pound bag of flour. They didn't come in pound packages.
Right.
That was one of Shirley and my jobs, was to fill up from this large bin and make 1 pound packages of sugar on the scale and put them in little brown bags and then tie them with string so that if somebody came in for a pound of sugar, it was all ready. That was one of our Saturday jobs.
Well, it was Saturday. Did anybody go to shul?
No.
Did you ever belong to a temple or religious?
All my folks used to go on the high holidays, but never during the week, because they had the grocery store. They had to work on Shabbos.
Did you ever go to shul with them?
No. And the women sat upstairs, and the man sat downstairs.
Did they ever talk to you about going to shul and what it was? So did you even know what it was, basically?
Well, the high holidays.
You would all
go. It
go.
wasn't just us. Everybody used to. Some families were much more frum than others. We just knew we were Jewish, that's all.
Was it a Jewish area where you lived in mostly?
No, we never lived in a typically Jewish neighborhood. I don't know why, but we didn't. I guess because of my mother. She didn't consider herself, with a babushka. A lot of my friends had parents like that. They were very
old country?
Very old country, and talked Yiddish at home, didn't talk English. And that's one thing, my parents only talked English, except when they didn't want us to understand what they were saying.
It's interesting. I kind of have a recollection of myself saying, oy vey, and being told, why are you, don't say that. Don't say that.
Yeah.
And now I'm beginning to put some of that together.
Yeah, well, they just didn't want to
draw attention.
Well, they didn't want to be associated with the old ways.
Mm-hmm.
And it was understandable.
So tell me about, again, how your parents met. You think there was this relationship with the Cohns? And
well, that's how they met.
How old were they when they met?
Well, my mother got married when she was 17, so.
It seems to me I heard a story that he fell in love with her when she was 13, but he waited for her.
I think so. I think that's what happened.
So they got married in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
Did he move prior from Chicago to Milwaukee?
I honestly don't know.
How did buying the business, or how did they come to have a grocery store?
Well, I honestly don't know. It just, they had it when I was born, so I'm 32nd and Canal. And the house is still standing.
Can you describe the neighborhood that was the store? And can you tell me, were you born? Wait a minute. You know what? I'm trying to think. Did they have the store when you were born?
Yes. They had a little grocery store.
Not the one on 19th and Meineke?
No, that was on 32nd and Canal.
And that's in the house you were born in?
Right.
What do you remember about that place? Anything?
We moved from there when I was about, I believe, around 3 or 4. And we moved to a house on South 14th Street.
Is that house still standing?
Yes, it was a brick house.
Do you know what the name of, what the address was?
It's now, it was originally 9th Avenue. And then they changed the streets, and it's now South 14th Street. I don't remember the address, but I remember the house because it was a 2-story brick house. People lived upstairs, and we lived downstairs.
And did your parents have a store?
No, my father got a job. I guess the place on 32nd and Canal just got too small for 6 people.
Mm-hmm.
And
is that house still standing?
Yes.
On Canal Street also?
Yes. It's the only building around there. But when I moved to 9th Avenue, I remember my grandparents living there too, the ones that came, my dad's parents. And then they moved from there to Fond du Lac. In fact, I have a picture of me with my grandmother's in the background looking out the window. I was standing looking at a book, and I have that picture, a snapshot.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, I do have that. It's in the distance, you really, but you see a face.
Mm-hmm.
But we lived there, and my dad got a job. My Uncle Ben was the advertising manager for a department store on Mitchell Street, which was just a couple of blocks away from our house. And so my dad got a job there working in the men's department. But that was just a temporary thing. And then my dad opened up a dry goods store, which sold needles and threads and fabric and wool, knitting wool, and it was like a general store, but it didn't have food. And then the Depression came, and my father went bankrupt.
Did any of your siblings work at this store to help your parents? And did your grandmother work? Your mother work there?
Yeah, she did, but not a lot because there were 4 of us, and I don't remember a great deal about that because I was only 4 years old. And then when I was 6, we moved to 19th and Meineke. And then my folks opened up a grocery store.
But you said the little original store, the little dry goods store, went bankrupt.
Yes,
How
in
did they?
1929.
And then how did you have money to pay to buy a new business, or how did that work? Do you have any idea?
No, I really don't.
Do you remember having too little food, or it being
No,
no deprivation?
no. We always had food on the table.
So when did they buy the 19th and Meineke grocery store?
That was in 1929.
Huh, interesting.
Because I was 6 years old, I remember when we moved there. And I had gone to kindergarten. They had 4-year kindergarten then. I remember I went to the 27th Street School, and I had a booster shot, and I got sick, and my brother Jerry was at the same school, and he carried me home to 9th Avenue.
And I've heard that story many times.
Yeah.
That was a pivotal time in his life, too, that he was taking.
He took care of me.
Yeah, but he always did that.
Yeah, he was my big brother. I know there isn't that connection with Shirley or with Sylvia.
You mean you and Jerry had that somehow, something special?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a great big deal, but it was, as you say, pivotal.
Mm-hmm. Did your parents have connections with any other social groups, or were they connected in any way?
Well, they stayed pretty much with the family. There was a cousins club, and the family always stuck together. I mean, you could always rely on your family, cousins and aunts, and everybody was in the same boat. So if one had needed something, there was no shame of course,
Thinking back now, I'm realizing that we didn't finish talking about your grandfather and his second family and the bigamist.
Right.
We kind of glossed over that one, continued on. I think I'd like to hear more about that story, because I think there are other stories connected with it that are kind of our family lore about the kind of people your parents were.
Yeah.
And your mother, how she handled it.
Yes. My mother she did not like her father. She would never talk about him. She talked very lovingly about her mother and all the hardships she went through, going door to door with a suitcase to sell aprons or stockings. Maybe she would buy a pair of stockings for 10 cents and sell them for 15. Or she would buy a couple of aprons when everybody wore an apron over their dress.
Was she an educated woman?
No, not at all.
And your mother had how many siblings living in the home with this one parent whose husband had gone back to Europe?
Well, she had Aunt Sarah Yano and Ben Titelbaum.
Okay, so there were 3 of them.
Yes. And everybody had jobs. And my mother got a job at, I think it was the Boston store. I don't know what she sold.
So she didn't like her father.
Not at all. She would never talk about him.
So tell me about him. What you heard, what you remember.
Well, all I know is of course what I heard, that he married this woman in Russia and had 2 children with her. And then he came back to the United States and he had a heart attack on the street and died.
How old was he? Do you have any idea?
I don't know how old he was actually. But, and I don't know who brought his children and Dora here, or if they were here when he died. I never went into detail or to try to find out. Because it was before I was born.
And then what happened to Dora and the 2 children?
Dora stayed in Milwaukee, and she came, and my mother took her in with the 2 children. It wasn't her fault. She didn't know. She was an uneducated woman. She couldn't blame her if she didn't know that he had a wife and children here. And so...
At this time, your mother would have had how many children?
4.
And she invited 3 more people in to live with them.
I mean, there was always... My Uncle Ben got a divorce from his wife, and he came to live with us. Not at the same time, but there were always people. Another cousin of ours got a divorce, and my mother took in this woman. I mean, people were always welcome at our house.
Grandma was really kind of bigger than life. I also remember her stories about her being a wet nurse.
Yeah, she and Sarah developed diphtheria when
her sister, Aunt Sarah.
Yes, her sister got diphtheria, and she had a baby, Florrie Gorski, who was 9 months younger than I am. And I was still nursing. So Florrie came. They brought Florrie over, and my mother used to breastfeed her as well. I mean, nobody thought anything of it. I mean, I naturally, I don't remember it. Yeah. But I mean, that's what people did. I mean, at our house.
And there's also a family story about Grandma at in the grocery store and an experience she had one day when she was robbed.
Oh yeah, well, that was much later.
So she would have been maybe what, in her 50s?
I have the newspaper clipping about that with her picture in the newspaper.
For those who have never heard the story.
Well, Grandma was in the store. I think my father was upstairs taking a nap. And 2 young boys came into the grocery store with a gun, or else they suggested a gun. I don't remember all the details. But they robbed her. And she gave them whatever money was there. But then they ran out of the store and got in a car. And there was a window in the back, and she ran to the window and got their license plate number and called the police, and they were caught within 15 minutes by the police because of her doing that. And they were sentenced and for robbery, but they had no other offenses. And the parents came and talked to my mother, and my mother talked to the judge, and they suspended the sentences because it was a first offense and the boys had learned a lesson. And my mother thought, well, they weren't really criminals, and if they went to jail, they might turn out to be bad. But she was quite a woman.
That wasn't the end of the story, as I remember it, though. Didn't she keep in touch with those young men, and one of them invited her to his wedding?
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. So she was quite remarkable.
What are some other memories you have of her back in those days, or when you were growing up, or the neighborhood?
Well, she liked to party. And there were always people in our house. Everybody was always welcome. And she loved to cook and she loved to bake. She would give recipes out to the customers. It was, the corner grocery store was like a sisterhood almost.
What was the neighborhood grocery store, your grocery store, to the community around you?
They were mostly German. There were mostly German people, or German extraction.
Not necessarily German Jews.
No, there were no other Jews. I was the only Jewish kid in my grade school class until one other girl moved in to the neighborhood, Fredelin Rifkin.
Did you become friends with her?
Yeah, we became friends. And then gradually more and more Jewish people moved in. We were on 19th Street, and most of the Jewish people lived on 9th to maybe 15th Street. That was considered the Jewish neighborhood, but we were a little bit west of that.
So were you like in the suburbs?
No, not exactly. There were the people on like in the ghetto, although it wasn't really a ghetto, but that was where a lot of the really foreign type Jews lived. Then as you went a little bit further west, there were the West Siders, and then there were the East Siders. There were definite cliques. The East Siders were a lot of German Jews who were more educated, and there was really a lot of
were they by the lake? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, closer to the lake, because that's where Temple Emmanuel was. And those were considered the snobs. They were educated, and they took education very seriously. So did a lot of Jewish families, but the German Jews really looked down on the Eastern European people. There was a big distinction, a class distinction.
How do you think your parents felt about that? Did they
They
experience?
never said anything. They had friends all over, but they stayed pretty much just with the family. I mean, they had outside friends too.
Where did your mother live in Milwaukee? She was 3 months old when they came to America. Where did your mother live?
Well, I know that they lived very close to the Shanskys, which was my mother's aunt. I know Aunt Ida, or Tante Hashke, as they called her in Yiddish. She was like the matriarch of the family. She kind of kept the family group together.
I remember her. She was a very little lady, and she
Very pretty.
yes.
And she adored me.
Who didn't adore you?
Well, I kind of faded into the woodwork because being the youngest, everybody seemed to have, I always felt a little bit set apart for some reason. I mean, I had to amuse myself because nobody had really time for me, but I was a happy kid. I don't know why.
So Tante Hashka
Yeah.
lived.
I think they lived around 10th and Clybourne, that area. Of course, a lot of it was all torn down when they built the freeways.
Mhm.
But there was a little community there. But they assimilated pretty well. And of course, Tante Hashka's kids were all educated. One was a teacher, one was a dentist, one was an artist. But as a child, I remember Tante Hashka as being at her house for seders and a lot of family groups. And we always used to have a big picnic from the whole family.
I remember her gray hair, very wispy kind of gray hair. Must have been long because she wore it on top of her head.
In a bun, yeah.
In a bun. And I remember her skin was beautiful and soft.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a little overweight.
Oh, yeah.
But she just had the look of kind of an angel about her, a very peaceful, very nice lady. And I must have been very young when I met her.
Oh, yes. But she was a wonderful baker. And she used to make yeast dough and cinnamon buns. My mother never made yeast dough. And even though my mother was a good baker and a good cook, but that was always a special treat when I went to Tante Hashka's house.
How did people get around? Did they have cars? I mean, this is a time when your dad had a car.
Yeah, we had a car. Otherwise, people went on the bus or the streetcar.
Do you remember anything about? Were you aware of Grandma, your mother's mother? Was she alive?
No,
Okay.
She died before I was born. She died when I don't think she was alive when Sylvia was born.
This is your mother's
mother. Ida.
Are there any other stories you remember from the neighborhood or the store? What about when your father died?
We were all at a ball game watching the Brewers. No, the Braves. And there was it was right after Mother's Day. We had all been together for Mother's Day, and we always went to a Chinese restaurant on North Avenue called the Oregon Inn. And that was on Sunday. And I believe it was Tuesday. Uncle Al and Aunt Shirley and I and Aunt Sil were at the ball game. And there was on the loudspeaker, the announcer said, "Would Gerald Colburn please come to the Braves office?" And we were stunned. We didn't know that Jerry was there because he was
Wasn't with
sitting
you.
someplace else.
Mhm.
And so we all ran to the Braves office, and there was a phone call from Grandma that Papa had a heart attack. So we left the ball game. We all left at the ball game and went to the emergency hospital, which was on 27th in Wisconsin. And Papa was there. And we all stayed with him. And he had a massive heart attack, but he knew we were there. And some of them went home after a while because there wasn't anything they could do, and we all had small kids. And I stayed at the hospital with Uncle Jerry and Grandma. And then my dad died. But I remember I went in to see him and I held his hand, and his body was cold already. And so we just stayed there until he died. And it was the worst feeling I ever had. That was my first encounter with death.
How old was he?
He was 67, and I was 34 years old. It was devastating.
Was he ill?
No, he had a very severe heart condition, which we didn't know about. But when we were going through his clothes after he died, there were nitroglycerin tablets in his pocket of his jackets.
Did your mother even know?
Sure, she knew, but nobody talked about it, and there wasn't a lot they could do at that time.
Right, but wasn't he also a diabetic?
Yeah, but he wasn't taking shots or anything. He was taking oral medication.
Well, I remember him seeing an injection, and I remember an orange.
Really?
And I remember being at their house. Now, could this have been from your grandfather? Was taking insulin while he was living with you?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember what your grandfather died of?
Well, he had gangrene. He was diabetic, and he had gangrene in his leg, and he had to have his leg amputated.
Now we're going to talk about your parents. What was your mother like? How would you describe her personality?
She was very outgoing, loved to party, loved to have people in the house, was a great cook, and loved to have people compliment her. She was always dressed. I never remember her walking around the house in anything other than if somebody came by, she would be presentable. and always had her hair fixed and earrings and lipstick. And she loved to be in a group, loved to have friends, very gregarious.
Was she like a leader? Did she get
yes,
things going?
She was always going and doing and organizing things.
Was she a club person even as she was raising her children? I know she did that later on.
Well, she was very busy working with my father in the grocery store and was definitely a partner. I mean, it was a 50-50 relationship. In fact, I think she wore the pants in the family. My dad was a very sweet type of man, very gentle, very loving. They had a wonderful relationship in their marriage. I remember my mother sitting on his lap and hugging each other, and that's the way I was brought up.
Was she a large person or a small person? What was her body type like?
She was zaftig. It was fashionable to be heavy then. Nobody was, if they were thin, that meant that they didn't have enough money for food. That was the psychology at that point in their lives. And if you were heavy, that meant that you were prosperous.
A few minutes ago, you showed me her naturalization papers. Tell me about that.
Well, during the war, anybody that was not a citizen of the United States was considered an alien, and you had to register with the government. Now, my mother assumed that when she married my father, that she was automatically a citizen. But then looking back at their papers, my father did not become a citizen until 1924, when I was a year old. So my mother probably never even thought about becoming a citizen because she was only 3 months old, and they lived here from 1997. So and the war was in 1941 and 42. So that's when there were articles in the newspaper that you had to register if you were not a citizen. So she applied and got her citizenship papers when she was 42 or 43.
Yeah, and it said that she was 5'2" and 160 pounds.
Right. She was 5'5".
Yeah.
But always carried herself well, and she never looked obese.
Did she have any special talents that you remember?
Not really. I'm not musical. She loved music, but
she didn't play an instrument.
No.
Did she write? Did she do creative things with kids?
No, not at all.
Probably busy.
But she was very busy being, they didn't have a lot of the conveniences that they have now. And working in the store with my dad, those were very long hours. She really worked very hard, and she didn't have time for a lot of friends, but she used to be very friendly with all the customers in the grocery store, and she would give them recipes, and she would give them advice. And frankly, their social life revolved around their extended family, the cousins, her sister when she lived in Milwaukee, and with my Uncle Ben, her brother. And she had lots of aunts and cousins, and they were very close. So there weren't a lot of friends. But then when we were all grown up, then she became friendly with people in different organizations. She was active in B'nai B'rith and Hadassah and
I think Ort.
And Ort, right.
What was your relationship with your mother?
Well, she was not very maternal. And whenever I had anything that bothered me or I felt I wanted to talk to her about what to me were problems, she never really listened. And one of her famous remarks was, "Don't worry, it'll go away before you get married." And that isn't what I wanted to hear. So thank goodness Shirley and I had a relationship, even though there are 4 years difference in our ages. But as I said, she wasn't the mother I wanted her to be. But I loved her. And
what did you admire about her?
She was a lot of my friends had mothers that weren't Americanized. And of course, my mother went to school here. She didn't have superstitions that a lot of Jewish mothers had from the old country, from Europe. They believed in the evil eye, and they were very superstitious about many things. And I was brought up in a very different way than most of my friends.
What were some of the superstitions people would have? You know, step on a crack, break your mother's back.
Yeah, that's that sort of thing. Oh, I remember one of my friends said, "Don't ever sit on a boy's lap because you can get pregnant." And when you see a nun walking on the street, turn away because I don't know what will happen.
Steal your soul. Yeah.
I mean, it was just stupid things.
Yeah.
In fact, there are a lot of books written. In fact, I'm trying to remember where I read this book about Jewish superstitions, and I just couldn't get over it.
What life lessons did your mother teach you?
I really don't know. I can't.
Okay, how are you, or were you like your mother?
Oh, well, I made up my mind that when I was going to be a mother, I would listen to my children because I cared about them. See, when my mother didn't listen to me, then I felt, I don't know how to describe it. But I felt I could go to my dad and talk to him because he listened.
Okay, so now tell me, what was your father like?
Well, he was the sweet one. He was very loving. He used to shampoo our hair when we took a bath That was his job. And Shirley and I, we loved to have because we usually took a bath together. Because you took a bath on Saturday night. You had to go down in the basement to turn on the hot water on a heater. It wasn't a constant thing. You would have to manually turn on the hot water heater.
And the water was up on the third floor. The restaurant was
the second floor.
Okay.
Oh, the basement, the first floor, and the second floor.
The second floor was where the store was. And you lived above the store?
Right. And so, and we didn't have gas heat, we had coal. In fact, some of the houses did not even have a furnace. They had like a potbelly stove that was in the living room. Central heating, when I was a child, were in the new homes, but in the older homes, they didn't have central heating. I remember some of my friends had potbelly stoves, and it was freezing in the bedroom. The only warm place was either in the kitchen, and sometimes they would turn on the oven and leave the door open so that it would heat up the kitchen. And in the living room, there was a potbelly stove that you put shovels of coal in.
So when you took a bath upstairs...
That was on the third floor.
Right. Then what was it? Was it a bathtub?
It was a bathtub in a room, an attic room. When we moved in there was a closet that they made into a toilet room.
Who did the work? Did you hire people?
Oh no, that was my mother said she wouldn't move in there unless they had a toilet in the house itself. So they put in a toilet in this closet, but it had a window in it that faced a staircase going to the store downstairs. So, but the bathtub was on the third floor in a room that eventually became Jerry's bedroom. And then when he went away to college, my grandfather moved up in that room when my grandmother died up in Fond du Lac.
So was there a bathtub in this room then?
Yes, in the room. It was just a large room without a door, but it was at the top of the stairs leading to the attic.
So did you still have to go up there on Saturday nights throughout your childhood to have a bath?
Right.
Did the water come up there? You didn't have to carry the water?
Oh, no. The water was carried up.
So it was plumbed, so you could empty the water?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it cold up there when you took baths in the wintertime?
I really don't remember.
Well, then it couldn't have been too cold.
No, I think it had heat up there.
What were some other things you remember about that time? About the house, about the facilities or the things that you had, machines?
Well, we were one of the few people that had a car at that time. And
do you remember when you got the car? Or was it before you have a memory of it?
I always remembered having a car. And the reason that it was a necessity was because my father would have to go to pick up cases of canned goods and chickens, and he would buy like a side of beef, and that would be delivered. But it was a small operation, like a corner grocery. They didn't have supermarkets then, but it was they would have, he would buy a case of canned goods and like 50 pounds of sugar and 50 pounds of flour. Nothing came packaged. And so it was, they would have like little warehouses throughout the city because the orders were so small that they couldn't afford to deliver. So my dad would have to go and buy that individually. And then my dad would buy, like I said, 50 pounds of sugar, and he would dump it into an aluminum or a stainless steel garbage can that was brand new. And then one of the jobs that Aunt Shirley and I had to do was to package them in 1 pound and 2 pound paper sacks, brown bags, and then we would tie them with a string.
I remember that. I remember the string holder that it would use to wrap up the meat.
Sure.
And I remember the garbage cans too.
Yeah, and they're also with the flour. And then my dad would so we learned how to use a scale. And to this day, when I go to the store, I can pretty well judge close to a pound, but in my hand by the weight of it.
Isn't that interesting? I never knew that. That's interesting.
Yeah, that has stuck with me. Shirley will tell you the same thing.
Sure.
Potatoes didn't come in bags like you buy 5 pounds of red potatoes or 10 pounds of other kind. He would buy a burlap bag of potatoes, and the same thing, there would be smaller bags of onions. And then we would put them into like a half a peck, which is another weight measure, or a whole peck of potatoes.
Do you remember what those sold for?
No, I don't remember prices. But some things, like a loaf of bread, was a nickel.
A gallon of milk?
Oh, I don't even remember. That's ridiculous prices.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember when Aunt Shirley got married, $25 a week was a decent wage to get married. $100 a month.
Wow. Before we go on to the next section of talking about when you were a little girl, I want to finish up with a couple questions for your parents. Are there any stories that you have that would give us an insight into your parents' relationship? Do you remember any kind of agreements they had, or I'll do this and you'll do that?
Well, they never argued in front of us. If they had a disagreement, they would go into their bedroom and shut the door. My mother and father never raised their voices to each other. My dad never swore. Hell was a bad word. That was as bad as... I don't even remember him saying, damn it. And it almost was like a fairy tale. And so when I got married, I was shocked to have Papa talk to me because he was raised in a very different kind of a house. And I thought all marriages were like my mother and father's. So it was very different.
What about your friends and their parents? Did you see different kinds of family dynamics when you would play with other kids, or?
Well, none of them. The fathers were never around. The fact that my mother and father worked together was very different, and I never really thought about it very much.
But it's a very stable situation because you come home from school and
They were there.
they're there. You always knew where they were.
Right.
And within minutes, you could be in their presence if you were upstairs or outside.
Right. And, when you were a kid, you don't think about those things. And I remember one of my friend's mother died right after childbirth, and how that was my first encounter with death. And they covered the mirrors, and nobody talked. And I remember the sadness in that house. But then she and I would come to my house.
Would your mother ever put them to work? Or would you ever have chores?
No, there was never any interaction.
Not like our house where,
where
the kids, you could have to help make dinner,
right.
And so do your friends.
Yeah, no, I mean, kids were raised very differently, and kids were outside, and you didn't plan the house. If it was raining, that was one thing, or if it was 10 below zero. But normally, kids played outside, and they came home for supper, and then they went out again and played outside until it was bedtime. And it was very safe. Half the time, my folks didn't know where I was, but
it was a different time.
Completely.
Were your parents happy? Were they happy people, number one?
Yes,
or were they happy in their relationship?
Yes.
Did they laugh? Did they joke?
Yes. There was a lot of laughter, a lot of music.
What kind of music?
My dad loved Eddie Fisher. Oh, my papa. He used to keep a Victrola, a turntable in the store, and listen to records. And there was a lot of operatic music also.
Do you know, I remember that the day he died, you took us to the funeral parlor,
mm-hmm.
and we saw him in the open casket, and then we left before the funeral.
Yeah.
And in the car, on the radio, was playing Eddie Fisher, Oh My Papa.
Uh-huh.
And I remember feeling very emotional because it sort of, I don't know, spoke to me that maybe he was saying goodbye to me.
Uh-huh.
Did he help you know or bring out your mothering instinct? Was it from your father that you learned some of that, do you think?
I guess so, but I think mostly because of my mother. I knew I would try to be a better mother. Although I remember Uncle Jerry saying to me when we were talking about my mother, long after she died, and he said to me, she was the best mother she knew how to be. And I said I was a grown-up mother by that time. And then I realized she was the best mother she knew how to be. There were no books on parenting and psychology, and
Nobody went to a psychologist or a
Oh,
psychiatrist.
even after the war, when Papa came home, he certainly should have. He had post-traumatic syndrome. There
Yeah.
was no question of it.
Yeah.
But it was, unheard of at that time.
Mm-hmm.
You only went to a psychiatrist or a psychologist if you were really crazy. Oh, I must tell you, when we had the grocery store, one of my jobs on Saturday, not every Saturday, maybe once a month, it was my job to empty out the candy counter, which was a glass display case with sliding doors facing the inside. And kids would pick out their penny candy, and we would put it in a paper bag, a little paper bag for them. My job was to take out all the shelves and empty all the candy out on another counter and crawl inside this because I was small enough to fit in there. And then I'd have to take glass cleaner and clean all the windows. I was probably about 10 years old the last time I did that.
And that's interesting because when I was 10 years old, I used to take the bus on Saturdays to the store, and I would sell the penny candy. That was my job during the day, and I loved it. And your dad, Papa, used to make me a liverwurst sandwich on a fresh Kaiser roll bun, and I would have a Nesbitt orange drink. And that would happen on the Saturdays when I went. I don't think I went all that many times, but it was such a strong memory that I can still remember. Remember how I used to open up the meat case and put my head in and smell it because I loved it. And it was cool in there. And I would, every time you turn around, I was opening the case and sticking my head in, and it was like Shelky. Used to go Shelky.
Yeah.
You can't leave that open. I was wasting energy back then, but it was great fun, and I became friends with some of the kids in the neighborhood because
my father would buy boxes of candy, and then if there were any little odds and ends, we would make a grab bag for a penny. And so they would come in, and then that way we would get rid of all the odd pieces of candy.
What a good idea.
And then we also had ice cream. We had an ice cream freezer, and kids would come in there and buy an ice cream cone, and we'd have to scoop it out. And everybody thought I was so lucky that I lived and I could have all the ice cream I wanted. But we didn't have it that often. And we used to sell cigarettes. We also had a small cigarette counter.
And didn't you sell cigars too?
Cigars and cans of snuff and chewing tobacco. Mm-hmm. And one of them, there was a package of chewing tobacco, and on this, it came in an orange package with black lettering, and it was called Nigger Hair. And it was perfectly, nobody thought anything about it. They also had a red metal can, and it was called, this was also chewing tobacco, and it was called Prince Albert. And so people would buy this, and they would buy cigarette papers and roll their own cigarettes. It was cheaper that way. But we had Lucky Strike and Camel, but there were no filter cigarettes at that time. And you could buy a package of cigarettes for a nickel or 10 cents. And my Zadie used to cut the cigarettes in half and carry a little cigarette case, and he would use a cigarette holder and put half the cigarette holder in there, and that way he would only smoke half the cigarette at a time.
And how long did he live?
He was 89, I think, but he died of gangrene. He was diabetic and didn't tell my mother, and his foot got all black, and the only reason she found out was when she was putting away getting the laundry ready to go, because we didn't have a wash machine in the basement. Our basement had a dirt floor. And the only reason we ever went down there was, I don't even remember.
To turn on the hot water.
Oh, well, I never would light that. That was Papa or Jerry's job to light the boiler. My mother would send out the laundry, and they would come back. It was called wet wash. And then she would hang it in the attic.
Where the bathtub was?
Yeah, well, there was a door separating it from the attic, which was unheated. And there were lines, like clotheslines, in the attic. And in the wintertime, it would freeze on the line. But that's the way it was. Nobody thought anything. They didn't have clothes dryers.
So she'd have to go up there in the cold winter.
Oh, yeah.
Freezing, hang up the laundry.
Right.
Come back,
take it. Of course, we did a lot of that, too. I mean, everybody pitched in, Sylvia. We all did ironing. I would have to iron the Jerry shorts and the handkerchiefs.
His boxer shorts.
Boxer shorts. My father used to wear long underwear, union suits. They're like sleepers and they buttoned in the back so you could open up the flap and go to the bathroom. And in the summertime, they had cotton ones. It was a very different time.
Yeah, and no permanent press.
Oh, no.
Did you? Were there electric irons, or how did you heat the irons?
No, we had an electric iron with a cord. But I know that before that, I mean, there were people that used to have to put the iron on the stove to heat up, and not everybody had an electric or a gas stove. They would have to put coal in there.
Did you have coal delivered to your house?
Yeah. It would go down a chute in a window.
I remember that too, vaguely.
Yeah.
That was at the side of the house. As you were looking at the front door,
yeah,
you'd walk up the front, and the coal chute was on the left side in a back window.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now we had a side drive for the garage. And above the garage was like a loft. And my Uncle Ben bought me a table and chairs. He was divorced, and he came to live with us too. Frankly, I don't remember where we all slept. All I know is that Shirley and I always shared a bed.
A bed?
A bed.
Was it a double bed?
Yeah,
Or
a double bed.
okay.
Up above the garage in this loft, and you had to climb up. There was nailed to the wall were like rungs, and you would climb up there. And I was like 6 or 7, and I had my doll up there and this little table and chairs, and I had a red wicker rocking chair. All of those things my Uncle Ben bought for me because there wasn't any money for toys. I had one doll.
And did he buy it for the others too? Uncle Ben, or were you kind of a favorite maybe?
Well, I remember they had ice skates that he bought for them. Nobody had a bicycle.
What games did you play outside?
Oh, we played Red Rover, King of the Mountain. We used to roller skate.
Were there
jump ropes?
Was there a park around you? Or
No. But we would go to the school ground. They had swings. But nobody had real toys. Oh, I remember, I think Uncle Jerry made one of those, like with an orange crate, and you stood up and you pushed with your leg. And it had like a handlebar on it.
Oh, like a scooter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gosh, I haven't thought about things like that in
so where did Jerry have his own room, and did Sylvia have her own room?
I think Jerry used to sleep upstairs on the 3rd floor where the bathtub was. Sylvia slept alone, yeah. And Shirley and I had one bedroom, and my folks had another bedroom.
Let's talk about the Cohn family. What was the birth order in your family?
Sylvia was the oldest, and she was like 7.5 years older than I. Then Jerry was born. Her birthday was in November. Jerry's birthday was in June, and he was like 6 years older than I. Then Aunt Shirley was born in April, and she was 4 years older than I. And then I was born.
What were your siblings' personalities like?
Well, Sylvia was not very, she and I didn't get along. She didn't like me at all. Sylvia had a stuttering problem when she was a little girl, and she had diphtheria, and being almost 8 years older, I was not aware of a lot of things, and things happened before I was born. She used to resent me, and Jerry was always my protector. As I grew up, he had to approve of boys I dated, and he always made me feel very special. And Shirley and I always got along. Neither one of us were argumentative, and she always had to drag me along with her because my mother wasn't around to take care of me. So a lot of her friends were my friends. And if they had little sisters, then I played with them. But then when we got older and Sylvia moved away, then we became friends.
How old was she when she left or got married?
Uh, she was about 21 or 22 when she got married, and she moved to southern Illinois, where Uncle Al was the manager of an apple orchard. So she ended up living a rural kind of a life on a big farm.
And she adjusted to that without a problem, as you saw it?
Well, I wasn't really that much aware of it. When she got married, I was like 13. And being a teenager, I lived my whole life.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the memories that really stick out from your childhood of events or experiences you had?
Well, I remember my father took Shirley and me, and my Uncle Ben took two of his daughters, and we went to the Dells. And we stayed overnight, and we saw the Indian dances, and we went on a boat, and I was stung by a bee. And that was very traumatic. But I remember that was the only vacation we ever had with my dad. My mother didn't go.
Did you stay home and take care of the store?
And the kids, the other kids. But I remember going up to Wausau because my mother's best friend, they went to school together, and my mother ended up introducing this friend. Her name was Kate, and we called her Aunt Kate. Her name was Cohn also. And she married a Libman. And so they moved up to Wausau. And Kate had 5 children. One of them, or her kids, were very close to my mother's kids' age. So Shirley went up there, and I went up there, and we would spend a week together. And that was very different. And they, living in a small town, they had a lot of money. They were much wealthier. They owned their own home, and she was a stay-at-home mom, and they had a maid in the house. And so this was a real vacation for Shirley and me. And we could walk to the movies. And I was probably 10 or 12 when that happened. And Shirley was like 16, and they had a daughter who was like 16 or 16 and a half. And so there were girls and boys together. And June and I kept up our relationship through the war. When the girls graduated from high school, and they went on to college, and one of them moved to Chicago, and I would keep in touch with her.
Tell me about the car rides in the winter.
Oh, my grandparents came over to this country from Europe. My mother and father paid for their passage. And they came over when I was about a year and a half to 2 years old. And my grandfather became the sheikhet in Fond du Lac. He also taught the boys Hebrew for their bar mitzvah.
What's a sheikhet?
A sheikhet is the one that kills the chickens, that does it the way...
Ritually and kosher.
Yeah, Orthodox
Mm-hmm.
Jews, uh, where he had been a miller, a grain miller in Europe. That was his occupation, and this is things I've learned through the years that he. They also had they had rooms for travelers in the shtetl where they lived. So he was like an innkeeper and a miller. But
Now whose father?
this is my father's father.
And the one who came to live with you after his wife died.
Right.
So it was sort of like a bed and breakfast kind of place.
Well, I imagine,
Yeah.
It's very strange because nobody ever talked about Europe or their growing up years. They wanted to forget what it was like. They wanted to become Americans, so they never discussed their early years.
Do you remember how tall your grandfather was?
He was about the same size as my father.
And your father was
5'5".
Short. I never thought of him. I mean, I remember Zadie. I met him.
Yeah.
And I don't remember thinking of him as a short person.
No. But our trip to Fond du Lac, in those years, they didn't have heaters in the car. So they would, before we left, my mother would take a brick and put it in the oven and heat it up. And then they would put it on the floor of the back seat, wrapped in a towel or a blanket. And then we would have blankets over our laps. And so that way our feet would be warm while we traveled up there. That was in the wintertime. Of course, we didn't go there that often because the roads were not all that good.
No,
and the tires were not all that good.
Right, and no super highways for sure. And snow
absolutely.
tires or anything like
Right.
that.
But I remember a car that we had that didn't even have glass windows. It had like mica or celluloid windows.
So were they strong like glass where you could not, or plexiglass like you could knock on them, or was it more like a thick plastic?
Well, it was solid. It was like a plastic window, and it didn't waver.
Did you ever fight like while you were in the back seat? I mean, obviously
We used to sing songs. If we were getting out of line, we'd sing a song. And we played games, find the cows and how many barns there were and that sort of thing.
Could all six of you fit in the car?
Well, one of us would sit on, there would be 3 in the back and 3 in the front. They had bench seats. They didn't have bucket seats then. And sometimes, somebody would sit on somebody's lap. We'd be 8 in a car. No seat belts.
It's hard to think back at what all that must have been
Well,
like.
just think about all the people that went cross country in covered wagons.
So you talked earlier about you and Shirley having chores. Did Sylvia and Jerry have chores as well?
Sure.
What did they have to do?
Well, Jerry had to scrub the meat block every night. to get rid of, any blood that would be there. Because my mother and my father would cut up like a steak or a
side
brisket
of,
or.
Your mom was as much a butcher too? I mean,
She learned how to. My dad didn't know anything about it either. You lived and learned. There was no training.
Do you have any idea how they got the store or what prompted them to purchase a store? I mean, that had to have been a lot.
When my mother's mother was left by her husband, and she was a foreign lady. I imagine she learned to speak English. She had to earn a living to support 3 children. And I know that families helped each other. And nobody thought anything about it. If somebody made a batch of food, they would give it to somebody who didn't have as much. Everybody was in the same boat. Nobody had any money. So, and families cared about each other. And my mother's father came from a very large family. And I think there were 12, but they didn't all live in the United States. Some of them still were in Europe. My grandfather had Uncle Sam and Aunt Ida Shansky and Miriam Post. And so they were all very close to each other. And I know that they felt bad for my grandfather, for my grandmother, because that was a sister-in-law. So I'm sure they helped out. But my grandmother used to peddle she would buy aprons and go door to door and sell them, and stockings, and
you did what you had to do.
Right.
In the community back then, your family store.
Yes.
How important was that to the community at large? In the blocks of radius. How did your father and mother cope with them having the store and a lot of people not having enough to eat and not being able to pay their bills? How did they handle that?
My father used to keep a book, and they would charge it. And he would write down what they owed. And then when they got paid, he would get paid. And they never refused anybody,
But it wasn't a particularly Jewish neighborhood that you
No,
said.
I was the only Jewish kid in my class. And then one of my girlfriends came, the one who lost her mother. She came and we became friends. And then a few more people moved in.
By the time the war broke out, was it still a German neighborhood, so to speak?
Sure.
They knew, Papa, you were Jewish?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember any tension or anything?
Well, Germans were out of favor. And
before America got into the war, or just when
when we went to war with Germany, it was hard on them. But people, I was not aware of any of that. All
right, back to your siblings. Who were you closest to as an adult?
Aunt Shirley.
Yeah.
Of course, Aunt Sil worked for us at the restaurant.
Tell a little bit about that, how that came about.
Well, Aunt Sil went to college. She never graduated, but she went to school, and she went to state teachers, which is now UWM, and she majored in chemistry, and she was at the apple orchard when she married, after she married Uncle Albert. And she got a job at the ammunition factory that was maybe 20 miles from where they lived. And she worked in the laboratory there all during the war. And then after the war, Al's cousin that owned the apple orchard sold it. So they came back to Milwaukee to live. And Uncle Al went to work for Uncle Jerry, making windows, aluminum windows.
Uncle Jerry made aluminum windows?
Well, he had a sales group that sold aluminum windows. And Uncle Al was the fabricator and the installer, because Uncle Al was always very good with his hands and had a mathematical mind. So they were living with Grandma and Grandpa when they came back, because there was room at the house and they didn't know where they wanted to live. And then Dad and I bought the house on 60th Street when you were a year and a half old. And it was out in the country then. There were no street lights. There were just 3 sidewalks in front of the 3 houses that were on the block. And so, and with Dad working nights at the nightclub and the bowling alley, they thought Uncle Al and Aunt Sil moved into the house on 60th Street, and then they bought this property, and Uncle Al built the house, and they lived with us so that I wouldn't be alone at night, isolated. And we'd only had 1 car. And so they lived with us until Uncle Steve was born. And the week that I was in the hospital, they moved into that house, their house on 58th.
Which eventually had the swimming pool,
right,
where we were every weekend in the summer.
Right. So that worked out very well for them. But Aunt Sil always worked. After she left the apple orchard and this job at this ammunition factory, she got a job at Schuster's, a department store, and she worked for the cosmetic buyer as his assistant. And she worked at Schuster's for many years, and that was during the time that they lived with us on 60th Street. And it worked out great because I always had a babysitter, and she and I would play bridge at night sometime, and we would go bowling, and I never felt alone. And Dad didn't worry about me then either. And so they lived there until they moved in May of 1950 when Steve was born.
I remember going to visit her in her office at Gimbel's. In her
Schuster's.
At Schuster's. That became Gimbel's, but
yeah,
at Schuster's, down by Schuster's. And I used to take the bus there. with a girlfriend, sometimes I think with Lanny Gorski.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember her boss's name was Mr. Munch.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was such a funny name. I still remember it after all, Mr. Munch.
Yeah.
Very cool, because a lot of the women didn't work back then, except
Right.
maybe your teachers, your elementary school teachers.
And
so how did you become the bookkeeper for the pizza restaurant?
well, when we had the bowling alley and the bar, I used to do all the bookkeeping and the payroll, so that Dad didn't have to hire anybody. And that way I used my math and I had time, and it saved money because he didn't have to pay anybody. And that way I felt I knew what was going on, and I felt I was part of it.
Well, and you also had that role model of your parents working together.
Right. When we closed up the pizza wagon, for a while, after I had 3 kids, I needed some help because I didn't have time to do all of that work. We hired Fran Berlin, and she used to come to the house, and we'd work at the dining room table. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And we would do the payroll, and because we had time cards where people punched in and out, and we'd have to, and then there were taxes involved. So bookkeeping became a little more complicated. And so she would come and help me. Then, that was during the pizza wagon. Then we finally moved into a little office there, and she didn't come to the house as much. And then when we closed up, in the meantime, Sylvia was still working at Schuster's. And then when we closed up and remodeled into the steakhouse, to Bill's Coach House, Mr. Munch retired or moved to some other thing, and Sylvia left Schuster's. And so she wanted to work, and Fran wanted to work full time. So Sylvia became our bookkeeper, and we would work at the office at the Coach House. And she made our the bank deposits. It became a lot more involved with invoices and paying bills and
inventory and ordering, and
it just became too much. So, but then she would go away every winter for 2 to 3 months, and then I would have to do her work and my work. And but she worked for us
until they moved to Florida.
Yeah.
All right. Go back to your parents again and the relationship with you children. Do you think your parents had a favorite child?
No, we never felt that.
Was there any jealousy or any?
Well, the only thing is, there were the 3 girls, and we were Daddy's girls, and Uncle Jerry was the prince. In my mother's eyes, that was her favorite. But we never felt unloved or that one got more than the other. I would have liked to have taken piano lessons. We had a beautiful piano in our house, and I always wanted to play the piano, and I used to sit at the piano and play by ear. But Aunt Sil had taken piano lessons, and she had speech lessons at Marquette. And Shirley had dancing lessons. And by the time it got to me, everybody realized what a waste of money it was. And so there was never anything for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I never dwelt on it. And I just wish I had been able to take piano lessons because I loved to play the piano. And I would sit there for hours.
Funny thing, that's what we're giving you for your birthday. A baby grand piano and piano lessons.
Living room. No, in fact, there were times when I thought even as a mother, that I would have gotten a keyboard.
Right. Now people can get keyboards and you can have them in your house.
I know. And they have these soft ones that you can kind of roll up.
Mm-hmm.
In my next life.
All right.
I'll be a concert pianist.
All right. Right. And I'll be a ballet dancer.
Did you know that your father used to play the violin?
No.
Well, he didn't, because that's one thing that all Jewish families wanted in their sons to be a violinist.
I thought it was playing the accordion because you could hide it, or you could, it didn't have.
No, not a Jewish family.
Really?
Jews never played accordion.
They wanted violins.
Right.
Good to know. Well, I played, and so did David when we were in middle school. Played in the orchestra. Both played violins.
Yeah. Oh, I remember you with the violin too.
I chose the violin because I knew that if my best friend Mimi was taking violin, and
who?
Mimi was going to take violin in middle school, and we found out that kids who take instruments are all in the same homeroom.
Oh.
So we knew we would be in the same classes if I was also in the orchestra. So
I didn't know that.
Oh, well, that was my modus operandi. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have played the violin.
Oh. See, things I'm learning about you.
Mm-hmm. So, do you have any idea of how your parents were able to balance loving all of you and not making anybody feel like they were more loved than somebody else?
I don't think so.
There's one other story that Uncle Jerry tells about teaching you to drive.
Well, how was I? Maybe 10 or 12?
I thought you were 8, but who knows how these stories get changed.
Oh, no, I had to be older than that, because how could I reach the pedals?
I have no idea how you would at 10 years old reach the pedals either, but go ahead.
And Uncle Jerry was like 16. Anyway, one day I don't know how it happened or how this came about at all, but Uncle Jerry and I ended up in our car, which was in the side drive on the side of the grocery store. And so he was going to teach me how to drive. And it was a stick shift. So they didn't have automatic shift at that time. All I know is that I was sitting in the car and he told me to step on the gas, and I stepped on the gas, I guess, harder than I should have, and we went right through the garage door. And my folks came out running. This big crash. And of course, they were scared to death that that I was hurt. But oh my God, my brother got a licking with a leather belt. What were you thinking, my dad said? What were you? And he was such a mild man. I don't think I ever saw him that angry, or I was scared, but of course nobody blamed me.
Of course. Perfect Peterman. Perfect little Ruthie.
Ruthie Cohn.
Did they call you Ruthie?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody?
Yeah. I was always Ruthie.
Anything else about growing up, a house, your parents?
Oh, I had this cousin. She wasn't a first cousin, but she and my mother had a good relationship, and they lived in Chicago. Aunt Edith. She used to call. She never had any children, and she and her husband lived on Lakeshore Drive. He used to sell Cadillacs, and they always had such a different lifestyle, not having children and living in Chicago, which to me was very glamorous. And she smoked, and she drank martinis. And as I got older and read Auntie Mame, to me, she was Auntie Mame.
Mm-hmm.
But as a child, I don't remember how I got there. I think maybe on the train with my mother, but I would go and visit her. She's the first person who took me to a department store that I remember. And we went on an escalator. And that was so exciting. And she bought me a dress, a new dress, because I always had to wear hand-me-downs, which I didn't care about. But, because everybody wore hand-me-downs. But I remember she taught me about manners and took me to the Edgewater Beach Hotel for lunch, and about wearing white gloves. And that was so special. And she would do that with Shirley too. But I always, and she called all of us her pudgies, her little pudgies.
Which would probably refer to the little bird or something, not that you were pudgy.
Oh,
heavy.
No. It was an endearing name.
Yes.
And she really, I always said everybody ought to have an Aunt Edith. But Aunt Sil and Uncle Al were like everybody should have an aunt and uncle who don't have children, because they can give you all the fancy stuff that your parents can't afford.
They can indulge you.
Right. But those are some very happy memories that I have. And, when she would come, she would cuddle you, and you felt so loved.
I think that's something that ran through your whole life, is that you felt stability and loved.
Oh, definitely.
And even though your mother wasn't able to give you the emotional things you might have needed, you felt surrounded by your sisters and brother who loved you.
Yeah.
Maybe not Aunt Sil so much, but...
No.
And then the community and extended family and taken care of and well loved.
Yeah. So it's very easy to give it.
Did you have any pets while you were growing up?
No, we had a canary, a yellow canary in a cage, but we never had any real pets. And canaries, yeah, are very fragile. But my mother liked the singing, the bird, and
Did people have pets back then?
oh, people had dogs, but we never had any, and I never grew up, you know. I never really cared much for dogs. I don't dislike them, but I do remember when I was working and one of the girls got a call when I was working at for the government. And one of the girls got a call that her dog was hit by a car and killed. And she got hysterical and had to go home. And I thought to myself, why would anybody subject themselves to that if they didn't have to? It's bad enough losing a person. And I mean, I guess that really turned me off to ever wanting. I just feel I've got a lot of love to give, but I'd give it to people, not to animals. I have nothing.
Well, it's interesting because Steve and Tom
Yeah,
both have dogs
yeah.
or
Because,
had dogs.
well,
And-
I think because I didn't want them to. I mean, I didn't want a pet. Maybe that's why they want.
See, and I'm sorry to say, I feel the same way you do about that. It's sort of a benign feeling I have. I don't dislike them. I don't really like. I mean, I don't know that I would ever have a dog either.
I think that's the worst present you can give an old person. I know when Bobby loves her dog, but I know who wants to go out and walk the dog? And when it's raining and 10 degrees outside, and you got to walk them 2-3 times a day. The dog won't go out in her backyard. He wants a walk. Yesterday she was out there with the wind and everything, and it was drizzling, and all of a sudden it started to hail. And she said, "What the hell am I doing out here with this dog?" You know.
But for some people, a dog is like their child.
Well, that's fine when you're 50 or 60.
Did somebody give her the dog?
Yeah. And I know another one of the women that Shirley knits with. When her husband died, her kids bought her a dog for company. She had it for 2 weeks. She said, "Dad, take the damn thing out of here. I had to wait on your father. I don't want to wait on a dog."
Well,
Really?
that is wild. I never heard it.
That's the worst present you can give it.
All right, now to turn to another equally as silly. Were there any serious illnesses in your family?
Not really.
No. Except diabetes.
Oh, yeah, but that was never really a problem. I mean, my dad had diabetes too, but I don't think he took any medication, and we didn't really know it. You know, people didn't talk about their illnesses like that. And thank goodness there never was any serious cancer or anything.
Polio or...
No. Well, Uncle Ben's daughter, Charlotte, had polio. And I remember Susie. They thought she might have polio, But it ended up she had a burst appendix and she almost died. She was like 3 years old.
Was she that little?
Yeah.
I have a specific memory of that because I had a little doll collection.
Yeah.
And it was before Barbie dolls, but it was a smaller size doll. And the doll had kind of a metally dress with little holes in it. And in the holes were tied little red velvet pieces of material.
Oh.
And I love this doll. I thought it was so beautiful. And you made me give it to Susie.
Oh,
as
really?
a present because Susie was very sick.
Oh,
and I should give Susie this as a present. And of course, the next time I went to Susie's house, I never saw the doll again. I don't know whatever happened to it, but I remember
Isn't that funny? I don't have any recollection of that at all.
I remember going into her bedroom and giving it to her, and her bedroom was off the kitchen.
Yeah.
In that little apartment upstairs on whatever 50th Street or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Before they moved to their big house.
What were some of the home remedies that people did at the time?
Oh, I remember my mother giving us enemas.
Oh dear.
Oh, that was horrible.
Why would she do that?
Well, if we didn't have a BM for 2 or 3 days, she would, they were very conscious of elimination. And if you didn't have a BM in 2 or 3 days, then you got an enema. Or if you had a fever and you were sick with a cold, you got an enema.
Well, I remember Dad asking us that question when we were sick.
Yeah.
Did you go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
And I always wondered about that. I mean, I understood it, but now I see that was probably a cultural thing at the time.
Oh,
that
definitely.
People believed.
Yeah. Oh, they used to give us Vicks Vapor on our underneath your nose and rub your chest and put a flannel on top of it.
Yeah, and I remember Dad doing that to us, putting it around her neck.
A neck,
with a safety pin.
Yeah. That's to help the breathing. But what else? Home remedies.
Chicken soup?
We always had chicken soup, every weekend. Oh, our Sunday meal, every Sunday. That was the one day we had our meal together because the store wasn't open on Sunday. And we would have veal chops and mashed potatoes and peas and carrots. And that was everybody's favorite. It wasn't chicken every Sunday, it was veal chops.
What was mealtime like at your house?
Well, my mother she was always a good cook. And we grew up enjoying cooking and helping her because she loved to cook. Mothers who dislike cooking usually give that same feeling to their daughters. We would always have meat, potatoes, and a vegetable or a salad.
At every dinner, at every meal?
Yes.
Meal.
Every dinner. My dad would fix us our lunch every day and have it ready for us when we left for school. We would come down the back stairs into the store, pick up our brown bag, and walk to school. And he loved doing that for us.
So your mother was up and dressed by the time you kids came. I mean, do you remember her?
No, she was never. I don't remember her. My dad was always up. My mother would probably be sleeping.
When you left for school, who made you breakfast?
We never had breakfast.
What do you mean you never had breakfast?
No, we never had breakfast.
Before you went to school?
No.
Did they give snacks at school?
Uh-uh.
How could that be?
Why? I mean, we never had breakfast at home.
Or at school?
No.
So you wouldn't eat until like noon?
Yeah. I don't remember ever.
They sold breakfast cereals like at, I sort of remember that in the store.
Yeah. Oh, sure. But I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. I really don't ever remember having breakfast at home. I loved oatmeal and cream of wheat. Whenever I had babies, I would always order that at the hospital. You gotta ask Shirley about that.
It would be interesting. Find out, and when we do the next section of your interview, we'll add that in. Is whether or not, I can't believe you didn't have breakfast, and now they think it's the most important meal of the day.
I know.
How did you concentrate without food?
Well, you know me. I'm a night person, and even as a kid, I never functioned much before noon.
Oh, you must have been a joy in the morning then. Did they have to wake you up? Do you even remember that?
Oh, sure. My dad always used to pound on the radiator. That's how he woke us up. That was on our alarm clock. He would wake us up in the morning. He would be down in the grocery store, and he'd knock on the pipe below the bedroom with a piece of metal and wake us up that way. We never had an alarm clock.
Or a bus to catch?
No, we walked to school.
How old were you when you started school?
5.
How far away was your home from the school?
When I went to kindergarten, I would think, well, I would walk with Shirley or Jerry or Sylvia. Oh, Sylvia was out of grade school by then because they're 8 years. I don't know, maybe 6 blocks. And then when we moved to 19th and Meineke, it was like a block and a half to 2 blocks. 20th, we lived on 19th and Meineke, and the school was on 20th, up about a quarter of a block.
So how old were you when you moved to 19th and Meineke?
We moved there in 1929. I was 6 years old. So I started first grade there.
And you walked to school.
Mm-hmm.
What happened in the winter, or if it was horrible snowstorm? Did you still walk?
Sure.
Was school ever called off?
No. Sometimes when I was in high school, we didn't have junior high then. It was K-12.
So you went to the same school from kindergarten?
I mean, to 8th grade. And then I went to North, and we walked to school. That was a mile. That was on Center and 12th and Center. I lived on 19th and Meineke. So that was about a mile. And we walked to school, like if it was 10 below, sometimes my father would take us. But school was never called off. And I don't remember us ever staying home.
And you wonder about that because the cars did not have all-wheel drive and they didn't even have snow tires. So
no.
How, and the street cleaning equipment, I mean,
yeah,
it makes you wonder.
Well, we did.
What was your favorite subject in school?
In high school, I don't know.
Were you good at anything that you felt good about?
Not really. I mean, living as long as we did in that same house, I had the teachers that I had knew my sisters and my brother. And when I came to a class, they would all, "Oh, are you Shirley Sylvia, Jerry's sister?" Even though Cone was a common name, there weren't that many Jewish kids around.
What kind of a student were you, Mom?
Well, since we lived in the same house for so many years, I was the fourth in a lot of classes that my other siblings were in. So the teachers knew me as I came along, and they always asked me, "Are you Sylvia, Jerry, Shirley's sister?" Anyway, I was a good student just because I was following in their footsteps. I never gave it any thought, but I was a very good student. I was anxious to learn.
What are the things you most enjoyed learning?
Well, I just liked school in general. I liked being part of a class, and I didn't really think too much about it.
Did you think you were smart? Did you have confidence in your ability to know the answers?
Yeah, I guess I just really never thought much about it. I was a very secure child. I just didn't have a lot of fears about being with people, or I like to learn things, and I think I still do.
Were you a reader?
Not really, because that wasn't stressed in our house. We didn't have a lot of books. I don't remember any children's books that I had. But my mother and father, they would read the newspaper, but they never read books that I could think of. Sylvia was a great reader, and so was Shirley. But I never really, it's not that I disliked reading, it just wasn't part of our culture, that's all.
I remember there's something else that you recently checked on about breakfast that we were talking about. You never remember eating breakfast, and you said you were going to check with Shirley. What came out of that conversation?
Nothing really. And then I talked to Jerry about it. None of us remember eating breakfast. We all remember picking up our lunch bags that my father made every day for us. And I guess we didn't eat till noon.
What was in your lunch bag?
Oh, my father used to make wonderful sandwiches for each one of us, and he'd always put in a piece of fruit. I particularly remember liver sausage on rye. And
I never remember seeing you eat that as an adult.
Oh, I do occasionally. I even buy it at the grocery store sometimes, even though it's very unhealthy. But maybe twice a year I'll have liver sausage on rye. It always brings back pleasant memories.
And that's interesting because I don't ever remember us having liver sausage in our house for sandwiches.
No, I didn't really buy it then. It's very funny when you look back on your childhood and the things that stand out.
Well, sure. Like, I still remember that liver sausage sandwich
sandwich that Grandpa made for me when I would come and, quote, work in the store.
Uh-huh.
All right, back to school and your time when you were growing up. Did you ever win any awards for anything?
No, they never had any awards things. I was part of the National Honor Society and in high school. That's all about grades. But it's very different than it is now, I imagine.
I remember Grandma, though, won a handwriting contest.
Yeah, she always bragged about that. She had a very, very good handwriting, and she remembered numbers. She knew everybody's phone number by memory and addresses. All of us used to remark about that.
And another memory that I remember Grandma or you telling me about was something with gold in my ear.
Oh, well, she went to the same grade school that Golda Meir did, but she always said that she was one of Mom's best friends. But I think that made my mother feel important. I don't know if she ever knew her in person, but she went to the same grade school. And she was she was older than my mother. No, she was younger than my mother. I'm sorry.
How many kids were in a typical classroom like in elementary school?
I think maybe there were 25 to 30, and we all sat alphabetically. I had one teacher that I absolutely hated in grade school. I used to get nosebleeds very often when I was a child, and I remember my mother taking me to a eye, ear, nose, and throat doctor downtown to have my nose cauterized. And one day I was out on the playground during recess, and my nose itched, and I just barely touched it, and I got a nosebleed. And I couldn't stop it, and so I ran in to tell this particular teacher. And I wanted her to let me go home, which was a block away from the school. And she made me sit in the corner facing the wall when the kids came in, and I was crying and my nose was bleeding and it got all over the front of my desk, my shirt. And then it was lunchtime. She wouldn't let me participate in any activities, and how embarrassed I was facing the wall instead of the classroom. And when I got home, my mother was so furious. She came back to school with me after lunch, and I was moved out. She talked to the principal, and I was moved out of that class immediately. I'm sure the teacher got reprimands for it, because my mother really gave them the business. But I remember that very vividly.
How old were you?
I think I must have been around 8 or 9. It was a very traumatic part of my life. I remember it like it was yesterday. First of all, because I was scared because of my nose bleeding and it not stopping, and then I was so embarrassed to sit in the corner like that. Eventually, I grew out of the nosebleeds.
Good to know. What about any of the other teachers? What was the style of their teaching back then?
Uh, well, they were very strict. I mean, there was no fooling around in school, but nobody ever thought anything of it. It certainly isn't uh, like it is talking back to a teacher or, I mean, we were all disciplined. It's very hard to describe because when you're a youngster like that, you just obeyed authority. I don't think kids today do that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Were there any rough patches that you think you went through during your elementary or middle school years or high school years?
No, things were very, very calm. I never had any problem in school. I enjoyed the camaraderie and also the extracurricular activities.
What did you do for extracurricular activities?
Well, I was president of the French club for 3 semesters in high school, and we put on plays all in French, and we read French literature and poetry. And we were very fortunate to have a teacher who was originally from France and spoke Parisian French. And she was a very good conversationalist, and it was really one of the highlights of my high school. And I also enjoyed English and speech, although I did not like Shakespeare. And to this day, I'm not fond of Shakespeare, even though I try to expose myself to it every few years. But he's just not my thing.
In high school, how many kids were in a class?
I would say about 20 to 25.
Did most everybody go to high school?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, it was mandatory that you go to school till you graduated or were 18.
What about any handicapped students? Were there any children with disabilities in any of your classes or in the school?
Not really. No, I remember one time I was in the library and one of the other students, a girl, had an epileptic seizure. And it was nobody quite knew what to do, and eventually she came out of it, and she was very embarrassed, but nobody ever talked too much about, well, they were in a special school anyway. There weren't handicapped people at any of the schools that I went to.
They had special schools back then?
Yes,
Were they for all handicaps, or did they have the blind children one place and the deaf children another place?
I think they were all special needs children.
So they were all put together?
Yeah, even in high school, I remember they had a special B class. I think that was for slow learners, or I don't remember any cerebral palsy kids or
wheelchairs.
No wheelchairs, no.
Interesting, because when I went to high school, there was the special B class of students, and they were students with disabilities, but mostly cognitive. Mental retardation is what we used to say back then.
Yeah.
But we had those also. And I never thought about special B until you
Yeah.
just said it.
Yeah, well, I haven't thought about it in all that time either.
Right. Were kids mean to each other back then? Were there social cliques?
Oh, there always were, and there always will be.
Cliques or mean people?
I think cliques. You know, you always wanted to be with the most popular. But I was definitely a leader. I wasn't a follower.
Were you in a good clique?
Yeah, I think so. I just had special friends. I don't think it was really a clique. You know, it's even when you were growing up, I don't think there were that you I don't know how to put it.
I think there were definitely cliques when I was growing up and going to, especially in high school. It was very difficult.
Well, the Jewish kids all hung out together,
Right.
But
You didn't have any Jewish
I
kids
had a lot of Gentile friends too in high school.
Say that again, please.
I had a lot of Gentile friends in high school too. I didn't just gravitate to the Jewish kids, although, you know, we were more comfortable with each other. But I remember some of my friends, having to go to catechism when the Catholic, and they had their confirmation and first communion, and how they got all dressed up in fancy clothes for that, even during the Depression. That was a big thing with the Gentile people that I knew.
Were there more Jewish kids in your high school than there were in your elementary?
Oh, yes, definitely. There weren't too many Jewish kids I can maybe think of 5 that I knew of in the whole school. In grade school, but in high school there were a lot of Jewish kids. There weren't too many black people. And now the high school that I went to are all black.
What was the name of the high school?
North Division.
And where did Dad go?
Dad went to Lincoln. He lived in a different school zone, depending on where you lived.
Right. So the kids that came into high school came from different elementary schools?
Yes,
And some of the other areas probably had more Jewish children, apparently.
What was that?
Well, if the high school must have gotten students from different elementary or middle school age.
Yeah,
So,
we called junior high. There was no middle school. Schools went from kindergarten to 8th grade, and then 9th grade to 12th was high school. There were some junior highs that, like you went to.
Right, 7, 8, and 9.
Right.
Were there any kind of social problems during that time in school? What was it like for students at that time?
I don't think there were any. Not that I was aware of.
So were there any like greasers or hoodies?
No, I don't remember at all.
Because those were terms we used when I was in high school.
Yeah. There were kids that you didn't want to be around because reputations, or they were tough guys, but we lived our own little lives. I was really I was like in a cocoon, very, very, I mean, I just didn't find a lot of uncomfortable situations.
That's great. I wish we could translate that into today for
Yeah,
some of the children who.
right, right. But I don't remember kids being mean to each other. I'm sure they were, but
What kind of behavior would get a kid sent to the principal's office?
oh, I don't know. Well, sometimes I guess people would, if you were late or tardy, you got sent to the principal's office. Or I suppose if you smart mouthed to the teacher, but
Were you,
I was never sent to the principal's office. And I don't know too many kids that were actually.
were any of your siblings sent to the principal's office or get in trouble at school?
No, I don't think so.
If you ever got in trouble, what would your parents do?
Oh, if we got into trouble, huh? Oh, I don't know. I mean, we weren't, we, we just knew how to behave. That's all. I mean, my folks never threatened us or, don't tell dad or don't tell mom, that kind of thing. I don't remember that stuff.
Isn't that interesting? I mean, it sounds like your growing up years were absolutely perfect.
Well, of course, I'm perfect Peterman.
Well, this is where it comes from. I guess now we know.
No, I mean, looking back on things, I just grew like Topsy in Uncle Tom's Cabin.
I wish that we could drink or eat what you were ingesting to have that kind of a childhood. Amazing. Did any of your brothers or sisters excel in school at anything?
No, not sports and not music, not. I mean, nobody was valedictorian or salutatorian, but we all got good grades and we all liked learning, and we didn't have situations thrown at us like a lot of kids do today. They were more, our parents were more concerned with earning a living and keeping a roof over our heads and just getting by. Nobody was trying to compete with the Joneses, as they say. Nobody was trying to be better than anybody else. Jealousy was not a big thing, at least in our house.
What do you
I
think
don't know how it was in other families, but my mother and father had the right formula. That's all I can say. And they didn't learn it out of a book.
And what was that right formula?
It just seemed so easy. I'm really baffled at this point when I look back. I know it wasn't ideal. It wasn't always perfect. But my mother and father never argued in front of us. If they had a disagreement, they always went into the bedroom and shut the door and talked things over. There was never any yelling in the house. My mother used to get frustrated with us. I remember her saying things like, I'm going to take a knife and kill myself.
Really?
But she'd get so frustrated, exasperated. And Shirley and I used to laugh. Sometimes they moved it already.
How old were you when you remember her saying that?
Oh, I think maybe as a teenager. Although Jerry used to give my mother's a little trouble, but he was the prince in the family with 3 sisters.
He could get away with a lot.
Right. But he never really got into trouble.
What do you think got your mother so angry that she was going to take a knife and kill herself?
Well, like all teenagers, Jerry is 6 years older than I, and Sylvia was 8 years older, and there were things that happened that if we didn't do something, like all kids, I mean, we were far from perfect, but there were times when I didn't always do what she asked me to do the first time. Just like any other parent, I'm sure you did too. How many times do I have to ask you? Or how many times do I have to tell you before you do it? I'm sure I said that to you.
Oh, yeah.
I certainly did it to Steve because he was always yeah, okay, Mom. I'll take out the garbage. Yeah, I'll fix, I'll make my bed. Yeah, I'll do it. And then 14 times later, he wouldn't do it. But I'm sure you said that to your kids.
Mm-hmm.
All parents do.
What was a big threat or punishment back then?
Oh, my dad would sometimes get out the belt, a leather belt, like he was going to spank Jerry or hit him. But I don't remember him ever doing it, except one time when Jerry tried to teach me how to drive when I was like 10 years old.
Right.
And we went through the garage doors. Then my dad hit my brother Jerry on his tuchus with the belt. I remember that.
What were you like as a teenager? Were you as mellow as you were as a child?
As mellow. Yeah, I think so. I was very popular. I started dating when I was about 13. I went to a movie with a boy who asked me. I don't remember who it was, but I know I went to a movie. And I always had, I guess being the youngest of 4, I was a lot more sophisticated than a lot of younger, kids that were my age that didn't have older siblings. And I always conducted myself, as an adult, even though I was only in high school. There's a big difference between the time I was growing up and kids today. But I always had a date on Saturday night, and I was invited to a lot of parties and bar mitzvahs, which weren't as ostentatious as they are now. But then I met your father when I was 16, and I didn't date anybody else after I met him.
How did that come about? How did you meet him?
We used to have dances on Friday night at a social center, and all the kids went there. And it cost 10 cents, and they had a band, and we would dance to all kinds of music. That was a very common thing growing up, the social center. And nobody had a car. We would walk there. It was probably a mile or a mile and a half, but we would all go there and meet there. And Dad was Aunt Shirley's age, and that's where she met Uncle Ben. Dad was one of Aunt Shirley's groupies, and I knew one of Dad's friends. I don't know how. I guess through Shirley, and so Dad was home over spring vacation. He was at Madison going to college, and he was 20. And he came to the dance, and this friend of Aunt Shirley's introduced me to Dad. And I thought he was very cute, and then he called and asked me for a date afterward. And after about 2 or 3 months, I didn't date anybody else. We saw each other only on weekends, but that's how it started.
Did he come home every weekend from Madison to see you?
Well, he didn't come home every weekend, but whenever he was in town, he would call me. We started going. I don't remember exactly how long it took before we didn't date anybody else. It just happened. I guess you don't keep track of those things.
I want to go back for a few minutes to talk about some more of your growing up. What was the craziest thing you did as a teenager?
I don't think I can think of anything. I wasn't one of those impulsive people.
What would somebody have to do back then to be labeled as a hoodlum or a creep or a bad influence?
Oh, I just didn't hang out with those kind of people.
Were they smokers or bikers, or did they give teachers more trouble? I'm thinking back to my years.
I honestly can't think of anything to go any deeper in that.
Sounds like Pleasantville, where everybody, or who is it?
I went to the seashore.
Yeah, Garrison Keillor. When you were a teenager, was there any movie star you had a crush on?
Oh, we all loved to go to the movies. There were a lot. Aunt Sil always used to send away to Hollywood to get 8x10 glossy pictures of all the movie stars. And she had an album.
I wonder what happened to that. That would have been a treasure.
I have no idea, but I remember how I would like to go and look at it when she would, because she would never let anybody look at it but herself. But when she wasn't around, I would look at it. But I remember Tyrone Power and Clark Gable and Cary Grant, and of course Frank Sinatra when he was in his heyday, just starting out when I was a teenager. Oh, and on Saturday nights, we would all listen to the hit parade that was even when I was 12 and 13, 14, we would buy the sheet that was the hit parade. It was like a newspaper, and it would have all the lyrics of the top 10 songs or the top 40 songs, and then it would come on the radio and we'd sing along to the radio. And we had a sunroom in our house above the store, and it had a linoleum floor and wicker furniture in there. And my friends would come over, and sometimes there were boys there. My folks always wanted us to have our friends come to our house. And our friends liked to come to our house because we always had food from the grocery store and soda, which other kids didn't have. And we would dance to that music as teenagers. We had a lot of parties at our house.
You know, that Hit Parade magazine? You know, the Hit Parade magazine?
Yes.
Mimi and I used to walk up to Capitol Court and get that magazine because I remember singing along with the words to the songs that were on the radio on the Hit Parade.
That's what we did too.
What kinds
now you couldn't pronounce the words that are to songs.
Right, nor would you want to because they're so disgusting.
Uh-huh.
What kind of clothes did kids wear to high school?
Oh, we had our poodle skirts. They were felt skirts, and we made them ourselves, and they were trimmed. They were like you took a piece of felt, and you would buy it in the yard goods department of all the department stores had yard goods, and we would cut a big circle and then trim the skirt with beads and iron-on decals and trim it. They were called poodle skirts. Do you remember them?
I certainly do remember them. I thought that was my era of the 50s.
Well, we all had those too.
And you made them yourselves?
Sure. You couldn't buy them.
What other kinds of things did you make in clothing?
Well, when my dad came to this country at age 14, after he had the job of taking care of Louis Cohn, who was a cousin, of taking care of his horses. He used to go to farms and buy produce and cattle, and then he'd bring it to the Chicago market. Well, after my dad outgrew that job and there more automobiles came into the lifestyle, then he got a job at Hart, Schaffner and Marks, which was a men's clothing factory.
But very, very good suits, quality clothing for men.
Oh, yes. And he became a tailor. And when we were in grade school, we had home economics, which one year you would learn how to cook different foods, and the next year in school you would learn how to sew. And so we would bring home our sewing projects. I remember I made a pair of pajamas, and we would learn how to pin a pattern to yards of cloth and cut the pattern, and then they would give you instructions how to fit the pieces together, and then you would sew it on the sewing machine. And we always had a sewing machine at our house. My dad did the mending and sewing things, and my mother never learned how to operate it. And so when we would bring our sewing projects home, my dad would always help us and show us tailoring tips and make sure we sewed it properly, and how to make buttonholes and how to make different kinds of seams. And it was a form of recreation as well as sewing as a necessity. People mended clothes a lot, and to put up hems and take down hems, because everybody wore hand-me-downs from other relatives.
How much would a dress cost?
I don't even remember. You know, I wasn't conscious of prices at that time.
Did they have department stores, or where did you go for clothing?
Yes, we used to go to the Boston store and Gimbel's and Schuster's. Those were all department stores.
Did you make a lot of your clothes or buy them?
Oh, yes, I made a lot. I made all of my formals in high school. I never had bought one until, oh gosh, I think I was married before I bought a formal dress. In fact, I made Aunt Shirley's wedding dress.
What about?
Then Aunt Shirley turned out to be the seamstress.
How did that come about?
Well, Uncle Ben got very ill when he was in college. He had ulcerative colitis, and they didn't have all the medications they have now. And he ended up in the hospital a couple of times, and so it was very difficult for him to earn a living when he had those flare-ups. So Aunt Shirley started to do alterations for people and got paid for it. And a lot of times it helped to pay the rent. And my dad always made, and mother always made sure she had food on the table. They had some pretty rough times when Uncle Ben was ill. But thank goodness he lived to a nice age, and
Everybody has challenges that they have to go through in their lives.
absolutely.
Back to school again into that time. What were teachers wearing at that time?
They always had to be very plain, and they all wore dresses. Nobody wore pants at that time. I don't think,
I don't think they did.
I don't remember when pants became acceptable as clothing for women.
I remember when I started teaching in Madison in 1969 that the teachers only wore dresses, and one day I came to school in a pants outfit. So the pants had a matching top that was out of the same material and was like a long tunic. And the looks and the breaths I got from people looking at this young 23-year-old teacher coming to school, breaking all the rules, wearing pants. So that
was 1969.
That was 1969. Is there any?
They always were very drab colors, and they didn't wear makeup. Or
were there more men or women teachers?
Mostly women. There was a male principal. Oh, there were no women principals at that time, only men.
What about when they got pregnant?
Oh, I don't think they were allowed to work. I wasn't aware of that.
That was still going on when we were children. That if a teacher got pregnant, when she started to show, she had to go on maternity leave. And I also remember that was true in 1969 when I was teaching in Madison, because one of the teachers challenged the school system and said there's no reason why I can't teach. And she got it changed for every other teacher in the system.
Oh.
So some of the things changed quickly and some of the things took many years to change.
Yes. Definitely.
What were any important world events that you remember during your teenage years? Or for that matter, any time in your life?
Well, I'm trying to think.
You alluded to the Depression earlier.
Yes.
You've mentioned World War I or World War II.
Two, not one.
World War II.
Yes, I remember distinctly when Pearl Harbor was bombed.
What was that day like?
I I was engaged to your dad, and on Sundays I would go over to visit his parents every Sunday. And we were at, and of course there was no television, there was radio, and we were sitting in the living room talking, and all of a sudden there was a bulletin on the radio that Pearl Harbor was bombed, and everybody started running to look where Pearl Harbor was. They got out all of the atlases or whatever books they had, and we all kind of were in shock. Nobody quite knew what was going to happen next. Dad was already in the service because he had enlisted in 1940, and this was 1941.
Why did he enlist?
Well, they were starting the draft. The war was on in Europe with Hitler. That started in 1939 when Hitler invaded Poland. And so they mobilized the draft department, and Dad went into the National Guard in October of 1940. He was in college, and he knew he would be drafted. Every male above the age 18 and older, I think it was 18 to 35, had to register with the government, and they were given a number, and then the numbers were pulled out of a hat. It was like a lottery. And then he knew he would be drafted because he had no deferment and he was healthy, and he really didn't know what he wanted to do. He was in pre-law at the time, but money was very hard to come by. So he was in Louisiana with the National Guard, and he got, when he enlisted, he got $21 a month as payment, and then it was up to $30 a month, $1 a day. Anyway, but I remember that December 7th, 1941 very vividly. Then another memorable date was when Franklin Roosevelt died. I was in Monroe, Louisiana, visiting a friend of mine whose husband had been a navigator in the Air Force, and he was wounded on a flight over Germany. He had been stationed in England, and he came back to the United States, and he was still in the service, and they had a baby boy. And so she and I had a few vacations together, and so when she had her baby, I went down there to visit her for a trip in Monroe, Louisiana. And the radio came on, and they said that Franklin Roosevelt had died in Warm Springs, Georgia, and Harry Truman was going to be sworn in as the first, as he was the vice president at the time, and so he was going to be sworn in as president. But that was another memorable time.
What did you think?
Well, everybody was heartbroken. It was like when Kennedy was shot. You remember how you felt.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very sad time. And it was also during the war, and nobody knew that much about Harry Truman and what kind of a president was he going to be. And by that time, most of the men were overseas.
Were you scared about your future? Your personal future?
Well, of course. I mean, I didn't know if Dad was coming home because they were bombing air bases in England, and Dad was in England, and there were a lot of times when they were under bombardment. And
at first you said he enlisted in the National Guard. How did he get into the Air Corps, or how did he get over to England?
Well, he was in the National Guard, and he decided he would try for officers training school. So he took the exam for that, and he had to go to Shreveport to take the exam, and he passed it. And he was going to officers training school when he heard about getting into the Air Corps. And he decided that he would try out for that. And he passed that exam, and he decided, and then he was sent to Alabama. I'm trying to think of the name. I can't think of the name of it right now. Anyway, he was sent to Alabama to become a pilot, a cadet in the Air Corps. It had much more prestige. The pay was better, and he had also thought, I remember one of the reasons that he decided to go to the Air Corps was because the National Guard unit that he was in, he worked in the office, and he saw that they were going to be shipped to the South Pacific. And he didn't want to go there. So he applied to the Air Force, and he got into that. The unit that he was in was sent and there were a lot of casualties fighting the Japanese, and a lot of the young men got malaria, and it was not a good place to be. But nobody had a choice other than having some foresight and getting into the Air Corps. So your father became a cadet, and then he found out that cadets could not get married. So we had to wait a longer time. We were already engaged, but we had to delay our wedding plans.
Mom,
Mm-hmm.
did Dad ever discuss with you his decision to join the National Guard? Did you make that?
No, your father was very impetuous. He made decisions on his own and did not consult me at all.
Nor
on many occasions.
Say that again?
I said he would never consult me at all, and he did that on many occasions, even after we were married.
Interesting. I think
he never discussed things with me, but then after he got himself into a predicament, then he would consult me and ask me how we should handle it or what we should do. That was a big bone of contention with us.
Well, times have certainly changed.
I think for the better.
Mom, what made you angry as a child?
Oh, I don't know. What made me angry? I can't really think of anything.
Did your brothers and sisters tease you? Did people tease you?
Oh, and still always did.
How did that go?
I didn't like her very much as a child growing up because she was very mean to me.
What would she do?
She would pinch me when she would walk by me. I always felt she didn't like me, that I was in the way. I tried to avoid her as much as possible. I think she resented me with the attention that I got as a child, but I never really felt like I just was. I never felt that I was spoiled or, I don't know. I was an easy kid.
Just sort of blended in like Tom.
Yeah, I guess so. Nobody fussed over me. I just kind of grew up. You know, by the time you have 4 kids, and my mom and dad were both busy in the grocery store.
What about at school or in the neighborhood? Did anybody tease you or?
Oh, they used to call me Coney Island because my name was Cone. That was a nickname the kids on the playground gave me, but it wasn't derogatory or anything. No, I had friends and girlfriends, and we would go to the playground, which was like a block away, and really, growing up was very easy. There weren't a lot of demands.
Did you ever remember coming home crying because of something somebody said or did?
No, not really.
Well, it sounds like you were pretty lucky.
I was. It was an easy time. There weren't a lot of problems growing up. It was safe to play outside, and there were areas, parks that we could walk to, even if it was a mile away. Nobody fussed about anything.
Just out of curiosity.
They're very different. Nobody had guns, and there wasn't a lot of hard feelings in the area. It was growing up during the Depression. Everybody was just trying to make ends meet, and we weren't aware of any real problems growing up.
If you did have a problem,
who would be the person you would go to help you solve it?
My dad. But I really didn't have a lot of problems. I'm sorry, it sounds as if I've had a boring childhood, but it was very different than growing up today or even in your time.
When did you start school?
I was 5 years old and I went to kindergarten at the 27th Street School. And then when I was 6, we moved to 19th and Meineke, and I went to the 20th Street School.
Did they have any?
I was there from the time I was 6 until I graduated in 8th grade.
Did you have any preschool or
No.
pre-kindergarten?
They never had that.
So what did kids and families do?
They just grew up.
Well, what if the family did mothers stay home from work? Did they just do child care at home?
I was really, women didn't work in those days. They were housewives because, they didn't have wash machines. They didn't have microwave ovens. It just took longer to do household chores. They didn't have a supermarket to go to.
Or convenient foods.
No, everything, we didn't even have a refrigerator at our house.
Mom, I want to go back to when you first started dating. How old were you when you had your first date?
Well, I suppose going to bar mitzvah parties, but actually going to a movie with somebody. That was my first date. I think I was like 14.
And did kids go alone at that time?
Yeah. We walked to a movie and I don't even remember who it was, but it was one of the kids I knew from going to the social center.
Do you remember who your first kiss was?
Oh, I don't remember who it was, but it was probably at one of the parties,
What were bar mitzvahs like back then?
Oh, nothing like they are now. Everybody just came and they didn't have sit-down dinners or anything like that. They had like a buffet and a lot of times it was at somebody, at the parents' home or at, there was a hall on North Avenue called the OKUV. I don't even know what the initials stood for, but it was a small hall, but all the Jewish families had bar mitzvahed and,
girls didn't have a bar mitzvah.
Weddings were there. It was just a hall.
Mm-hmm. What about Uncle Jerry? Did he have a bar mitzvah?
Oh yes, but it was at home.
Did he have to read from the Torah?
Oh sure. But it was very different than bar mitzvahs today. There were no big presents and there were just little like sandwiches or corned beef sandwiches, delicatessens, that sort of thing.
Did you belong to a temple?
Well, my folks did, but the men sat downstairs and the women sat upstairs, and there were there was nothing for the kids to do. They didn't have any services for the children.
So when your brother had his bar mitzvah, was he tutored separately?
Oh, sure. They went he went to a school after regular school. But even Dad was tutored that way, not individually, but they had Hebrew schools that they went to.
So what happened with the Torah? Did somebody bring the Torah to your house?
No, that was at the temple, but the celebration was afterward.
I see. So you could have the service at the temple, then you either had a reception in the hall or you sometimes had the reception in your home.
I honestly don't remember the temples having like a hall. The temple was just a synagogue, a chapel. They didn't have halls or, like a big room.
Well, now
or
let's move
reception hall. I honestly don't remember.
Let's move to what attracted you to Dad. I know you met him at a social center, but what attracted you to him?
Well, I just thought he was handsome and charming, and he had a nice smile, and he was a college boy, and I was in high school because he was 4 years older than I, and he was a good dancer.
Tell us the story of your courtship. What's the story of your courtship with Dad?
Well, as I said before, we met at the social center, which was a place that everybody went to, all the teenagers went to on a Saturday night. They had live music, a band, and they charged 10 cents for each person to come in there. And it was a place that it was very secure and safe, and there were never any fights, and there was no liquor allowed. It was just a place for teenagers to get together. We didn't have BBYO or temple youth groups, but and I suppose there were some Gentile kids there that came, but the Jewish kids all hung out together.
And what kind of music did they play? Do you remember any of the songs?
Oh, sure. Glenn Miller's music. And, I was raised with the Bobby Soxers and Frank Sinatra and, but Glenn Miller's music and Benny Goodman and swing was very popular then.
And who were the bands that played?
Oh, they were just local. Young people that played together, but it was very different kind of music. It was couples dancing.
All right. How did you know you were in love with Dad?
The way everybody else knows. How can you answer that? How did you know you were in love with Dave?
Well, for me, I knew that once I went out with him, I didn't care if I went out with any other guy for the rest of my life. He was the one I wanted to be with. I didn't care about any other guys.
Well, that's the way I felt too. I mean, nobody else compared to him, and we just had a lot of fun together, and we liked a lot of the same things, and
Did he have a good sense of humor back then?
oh, sure, he always did have. I don't know what attracted me to him.
Who said, "I love you" first?
It was kind of mutual. I'm sure Dad did.
How did he propose to you?
Well, it was just sort of a mutual thing. You know, we went together, I met him in June of 1939, and our first actual date was after we met at this, social center at Lapham Park. Our first actual date was a beach party that this club that Dad belonged to called the Zacks. It was a social athletic group at Lapham Park, and all of Dad's friends belonged to it, and they played basketball at the Jewish Center, and then they would play baseball. And Dad was a very good baseball player and a good basketball player. And of course, all of my friends would go and watch them play on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. And, as I said, I met Dad in 1939. I was 16 and he was 20. And then he went back to Madison in the fall. And then in October, he finished up that year at Madison. And in October of 1940, he didn't go back to school in 1940 in September. Dad did not go back to Madison in October or in September of 1940. There was conscription, and they had to register for the draft, and Dad knew that he would be drafted, so he signed up for the National Guard, and he went to Fort Camp Beauregard in Louisiana. And he was there. He got $21 a month as a private in the National Guard, supposedly for 1 year. But December 7th, he was in the National Guard for a year, and then they extended it. And on December 7th, 1941, when the war broke out, it was extended indefinitely. But he got $30 a month as a private. And he was stationed there.
What did he do in this service? Oh, wait, you mentioned that he was a clerk and then he saw that they were going over to the Pacific, right?
Right.
You said that earlier, so we can skip
Yes.
that part.
Okay. Then he signed up for officers candidate school, and he took the exam, and he passed it, and he was supposed to go to officers candidate school, but then that's when he heard that they were going over.
Right, and you said that earlier. Yeah.
Okay, so he signed up for the Air Force because he knew if he became a pilot in the Air Force, he would be an officer. And he felt that he had the capabilities. So he got transferred to Montgomery, Alabama. And he was there, and then from there, after he got his basic indoctrination, they sent him to Bennettsville, South Carolina, to flight school. And he was doing well, and he started to learn how to fly an airplane. And I think he even soloed, but then some of the other boys that he was flying in flight school with were flying around, and they got into formation. And they were not supposed to because they hadn't been instructed formally on how to do it. Unfortunately, at a base close by, there was an accident, a flight accident, and two of the cadets were killed because their planes got too close together. And so the three young men who were flying in position with Dad, all three of them got reprimanded, and as they were called, as it was called then, they washed out as pilots. And he was demoted and sent to Smyrna, Tennessee. That was in 1942.
How did he feel? How did he tell you that he had washed out?
Well, he explained over the telephone what happened. And he was very ashamed and embarrassed. And but he was still in the Air Force. And you know, he knew about rules and regulations, but he did a foolish thing. And as it happened, it turned out okay, because who knows if he might have been shot down in an airplane if he was a pilot.
Sometimes when you think you lost, you've really won.
Right. So, you know, fate has a lot to do with it. Destiny, who knows? In any case, he was, you know, he did have 2 years of college. So at that, you know, 50, 60 or 70 years ago, that was not the norm. Not that many people went to college. And so he did have some intelligence and some leadership quality. And he was not just, you know, a private. They knew he had ability and good qualities. So he became a clerk, and he was given more responsibility, and within 3 months he was a sergeant. But he was still in the Air Force, and at that point, they didn't allow, they weren't allowed to live off base. And Dad and I were supposed to get married in March of, in June of 1942. And his mother had a bad stroke and died on the 26th of May of 1942. And we were going to be married at home, and he had a leave arranged, but he had to come home to his mother's funeral. So he couldn't get a leave to get married again in June, so we had to postpone the wedding. And after the funeral, he went back to Smyrna, Tennessee. And over Labor Day, and I went back to work after he went back, and I was working in a war plant making bomb fuses at the time. And the foreman came around and said, I have an opening for a vacation for 2 or 3 people over Labor Day weekend. Who wants to take it? So I said, if I can get away, I would like to. So I went down to visit Dad during Labor Day weekend, and I took the train to Nashville, Tennessee, which was the closest. Smyrna, Tennessee was like 15 miles from Nashville. And Dad met me at the train. I sat up on a suitcase in the aisles because there were no seats available. And it was an overnight train. And when I got off the train, Dad met me, and I said to him, I'm not going home until we get married. Because we had been engaged for 6 months, and we got engaged on my birthday in March. And as I said, we were supposed to be married in June. So this was in September. So we got married. We went to the Marriage License Bureau and explained the situation. And so they gave us a marriage license, and we found a rabbi, and we were married at a Jewish temple without any of our friends or family around. And we were married in the basement, and in order to have a minyan, we had to have the black janitor stand with the other men so that there were 10 people. And after the ceremony, Dad and I went to a restaurant, and you couldn't order liquor at a bar. You had to buy liquor and bring it in, and we wanted to toast each other. It was a very sad and very mixed emotion. It was very different. It wasn't what I planned for a wedding day, but I didn't want to leave there without being married. So Dad couldn't live off the base, but at least we could be together. And then I had to go back because he had to go back to camp. But we were together for 3 days for that weekend. And then I came back to Milwaukee, and he stayed at Smyrna. And in November, now this was in September, and we wrote letters to each other, and I think like once a week we talked long distance because it was very difficult in those days. It was expensive to talk long distance.
What did you do with those letters that you wrote?
Oh, I kept them, but during the moves of the family, I don't know, they just got thrown out. I really was sorry about that. It would have been wonderful to reread them. But I had them in a big hat box, and somehow or other they just got thrown away. But anyway, in November, Dad called me and he said, I got word that we're going to go overseas. I don't know exactly when, and I can't give you any more information, but I'll let you know where I am. And then he called me and he said, we're at Atlantic City and we're going overseas. And Uncle Jerry was at Fort Dix in New Jersey at the time. He was in the infantry. And, no, not the infantry. He was in the, not the armored division, but, the field artillery.
All right, say that Uncle Jerry was in.
Was in the field artillery.
Yeah, start the sentence over and say Uncle Jerry.
Uncle Jerry was at Fort Dix in New Jersey, and he was in the field artillery training. And he was going overseas too. So I got on a train and I went to Atlantic City. And I met Dad, and it was right before Thanksgiving. And so Uncle Jerry came to Atlantic City, and I got to see him for a couple of hours. And, of course, he knew Bill. And so we did see each other there. And then he went back to at Fort Dix, and Dad and I had 2 more days together, and then I had to say goodbye to him because he was going overseas and they were like in quarantine, so he couldn't get out. In fact, the only way he was able to come to see me at the hotel was on a dental pass. He knew the clerk that gave out the passes, and he could spend the night with me on a dental pass. But he had to go back early in the morning before they had to, for roll call. So Dad and I spent 5 days together while we were married, and then I said goodbye to him the day before Thanksgiving in 1942, and I did not see him again until the day before Thanksgiving in 1945. And Dad was shipped overseas. and he was in England and all that time.
Just out of curiosity, those 5 nights that you spent together, weren't you worried about getting pregnant? Or didn't that enter your mind?
Well, we didn't even care about that. And we used birth control, but, times were so different. I mean, you just grabbed at whatever happiness you could. You grabbed what you could.
So now he's gone for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do while he was gone?
I worked and saved money.
Where did you work? At the army plant?
No, my cousin Al Tilton was working. He worked for the government, for the federal government, and he called me up one day and he said, I had many jobs after I left the war plant. I left that very shortly after, and I found out they had a job. There was a job available at Junior House. It was a ladies' manufacturing factory, and I worked in the office. Every job I had was always with accounting or mathematics, and of course they didn't have computers. They had adding machines, but there were a lot of clerk jobs. But every job I ever had to do with figures. I worked there for a while, and then Al Tilton called me one day and said, we need somebody in the payroll auditing department. And I know it would be good for you and it would be good for us because it's somebody that I know. You have to take an exam to become a federal employee. And he gave me the address, and I went there and I took the test, and they gave me the job. And I worked there until it was on Port Washington Road, just south of Hampton. It had to do with, they made ammunition in the factory, and we had to authenticate that the munitions company was not padding the payroll, that there were actually people who were working with these names, and we had to go around. We would spend 2 weeks in the office doing the payroll auditing as we would reconcile payroll statements. Then 1 week we would work in the plant itself, identifying the employees, their names and the badges that they wore, and we had to check them off on a sheet. 1 week I would work from 7 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. Then the next week I would work from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 11 at night. Then the next week I would work from 11 at night till 7 in the morning, because they'd had 3 shifts. and then I would work in the office for 2 weeks. And I worked with a very nice bunch of people, and my cousin, Al Tilton, was a very nice man to work with. And I worked there as long as the office was open. Then when the war was tapering down, they disbanded the office, and Al went to work on the Manhattan Project in the atom bomb in New Mexico. And I got a job at the Lakeside Laboratories in the office. It was a pharmaceutical packaging company. And I worked there until Dad came home. And every month, Dad would send me his allotment check. He was given so much a month for incidentals, and the rest he sent home, had the government send it home to me, and I put it in the bank. And every month, out of my check, I lived at home with Mom and with my parents, and every month I would put money away so that when Dad came home, we had a very nice nest egg. I didn't spend any of his money. I just socked it away every month.
Did you worry about him while he was gone?
Of course. When he left, I didn't hear from him for 6 weeks. He wasn't allowed to write to me while he was, because it was all very secret. He was being trained by the RAF because the United States didn't have any training for, they didn't have any training schools for traffic controllers, and the RAF did. Even though, the Wright brothers had invented the airplane, the average person didn't go up in an airplane. They took trains or they went overseas on ships, but they didn't fly. Even Lindbergh flying over the Atlantic, I think that was in 1923 or 20. I don't even remember. I mean, if it happened when I was born or right after I was born. But it wasn't, the airplanes took off and landed without knowing about what the weather was ahead, or they didn't have to worry about other planes in the air, because there weren't that many.
How did Dad know that he was going to be a air traffic controller?
He didn't know. He took a lot of exams, whatever was offered, but he did have that flight training. He had, when he was in Tennessee and when he was in South Carolina and in Alabama, all of those things were taken into consideration, and they knew he had the intelligence and the aptitude, and so he was trained by the RAF, and they didn't have any barracks or anything. He lived with an English family that took like boarders. And I think the family that he lived with, the man was a member of the RAF, and they had a room available, and so he lived with them.
Did he ever communicate after the war with his family?
No.
Do you know their name?
I have no idea. And, Dad promised to take me back there, but we never did get there. I really would have liked to have seen it. That's the one regret I have. But you can't play it over again.
Where exactly was he in England?
It was in Carlisle and Bedford, England. He was stationed in London for a while. But the air base that he was at the longest was at Thurley. And he was worked right with the British, and eventually they did have traffic control schools in the United States, but he was one of the first, and he worked his way up to being a captain and in charge of this control tower.
Did you ever talk about the war when he came home?
He didn't like to discuss it very much. You know that. You tried to. But he did meet his friend Peter Pumpian in London. And he went to Ireland and he went to Scotland. And he sent me a cashmere sweater from Edinburgh. And he did get to Paris, and he got to Gibraltar, and he took flights, and he did get to go to a concentration camp after the war was over, and he was waiting to come home. But when they eventually, after the war ended, they were able to come back home after they had accumulated a certain number of points. And he had more than enough points. It was based on how long you served and what your duties were, and as I said, he had more than enough points to come home, but he had no replacement because there weren't enough trained traffic controllers. So that's why the war ended in May of 1945. But he didn't come home until November. So he had whatever chances he had to take flights out of there, he did. Because his work was, they still had flights coming in and out because soldiers were going back home and equipment was being sent back and forth, and then there was, they brought supplies in to other bases, and so he had a chance to get to see some of Europe.
It sounds like he had some time to see things. What did you do while Dad was gone? You mentioned earlier that you took a trip to a girlfriend who had a baby.
Yes, that was early that was like in 1943 or 44. But there were a group of us got together. We were all war wives, and our husbands were gone. And so through the Jewish Center, we formed a group called the Servicemen's Wives Club. And I and Shirley Levin formed this group, and we got a bunch of other wives, friends of ours, and we made breakfast every Sunday morning for servicemen who came to Milwaukee. There were Fort Sheridan was nearby in Illinois, and Great Lakes was the naval base. And so a lot of the servicemen would come up to Milwaukee on weekend passes, and they would come and we would serve them breakfast. And it made us feel like we were doing something. And I know that they appreciated, a little TLC. And sometimes we would serve 40 to 50 servicemen on a Sunday. And sometimes we would have 10 of the wives, and some would do the cooking, some would do the serving, and we'd have conversations with them. They were just looking for a meal and a little diversion. Nobody ever got involved with anybody. It was just like a touch of home or being with other Jews, because this was at the Jewish Center, which was on Milwaukee Street near downtown. So it was close to the bus station or the train station that would come in from Glenview, where Great Lakes Naval Base was, or from what was the name of the Fort Sheridan, which was the Army base. Also, during the week, I worked at Lakeside Laboratories. That was the last job I had before Dad came home. And I volunteered at Mount Sinai Hospital for the Red Cross. We had to take a first aid course. I don't remember how I heard about it, but Mount Sinai Hospital had this volunteer program. You got indoctrinated on different types of first aid, and we had uniforms, and I would work there 2 evenings a week after work from, I think it was like 7 to 11. And we would help. There was a nursing shortage because a lot of nurses went into the service. And so we helped doctors change dressings. We would deliver flowers. We would work in the nursery and feed the babies wherever they needed us. Sometimes we had to empty bedpans. It was like a nurse's aide now that they have in the hospital. And it was very interesting work, and I liked working with a lot of other servicemen's wives that volunteered there. And I made some friendships at that time. And of course, nobody had a car. I would come home at night on the bus and walk 2 blocks from the bus line and think nothing of it. Things were a lot different. People felt a lot more secure and safe at that time. But it was a very fulfilling time in my life, and I felt I was doing something. And I really felt that it gave me, I never panicked in an emergency. I think some of the training that I had at that time made me feel I could handle a lot. Period.
Okay. Were these some of the same women who were helping you start this Servicemen's Wives Club?
No, it was a different group completely. And we didn't always work at the same times with the same people. And we would work in different departments. I remember so many different situations to this day when people had cataract surgery. They had to lay flat for 48 hours, and then they would have sandbags, small sandbags around their heads so that they wouldn't move. And things are so different now when you have cataract surgery. And also, I remember I would come in and ask a patient if there was anything I could do. We would adjust the pillows and we would help them sit up in bed. That's another thing I learned, how to help someone to take the pressure off of their spine, and they taught us how to help someone sit up in bed. And I remember this lovely old lady that I came into, and she said, "Would you adjust my pillows?" And I did. And she said, "Oh, thank you so much. I'll never forget you." And I straightened out her covers. And the next time I came in, she had passed away. And to this day, I still remember that.
That's a good feeling.
Uh-huh. So, that's how I filled up my time. Oh, and one time, I went to Chicago with three other women who belonged to the Servicemen's Wife Club, and we went to see Oklahoma, and we stayed at the Drake Hotel, and we felt very sophisticated.
How old would you have been about then?
About 20, 21 maybe.
Were these your Jewish friends?
Oh, yeah, these were from the Servicemen's Wives Club.
So the Red Cross gals that you worked with, were they of all religions?
Well, I didn't socialize that much with them, more with the people from the Servicemen's Wives Club. Because I saw them socially as well.
Where were you?
And we would go out to a bar on Saturday night. Maybe there'd be 6 or 8 of us, and we would have a cocktail or go to a movie, or a lot like I do now. Only I don't go to bars, but we do have a drink occasionally.
With your girlfriends?
Mm-hmm. You know me and vodka gimlets.
Yeah.
My signature drink.
Where were you when you first heard that the war was over?
Actually, I was on the train coming home from Chicago. I remember very distinctly. And we heard the news because they didn't have television at that time. They used to have newsboys who delivered the paper, and they would have an extra edition, and the kids would go through the neighborhoods yelling, "Extra, extra," and everybody ran to get an issue of the paper, and it said the war was over. But I was on the train coming home from Chicago. I don't remember exactly why we had gone there.
How did people celebrate?
Well, we still had the war with Japan, but this was the war in Europe.
So what about VJ Day?
Oh, that was wild. That was such an amazing time when finally we could look forward to being at peace again and getting back to a normal life. It was a very scary time. We knew people that had been killed. A lot of the young men that I graduated high school with were killed. A couple of Jewish boys that I knew. A lot of them came home with malaria. There weren't as many amputees as there are now because they didn't use landmines the way they do now. But people, even Dad's Air Force Base was bombed many times, and they would have to go into shelters. Dad saw a lot of things that he didn't like to talk about. And a lot of the fellas that he knew never came back.
That must have been hard, as him being a traffic controller. He sends the planes out and then he counts who comes back.
Right. That affected him a great deal.
Another thing that affected him that he told me about 3 months before he passed away was his commanding officer or someone who was above him said that they were going to liberate one of the camps, and did he want to come along to see?
Yeah. Yes, I remember that. He did talk about that, how difficult it was. And seeing these emaciated people. And they were told when they were on the plane going to, it was Linz, Austria, that they were not to talk to the people that were liberated, and to try and be as aloof as possible. And the the people that were liberated just were crying and thanking them for coming and helping them, because they thought they would never get away. Pretty horrible to remember that stuff.
How did Dad tell you, or did he talk about it? Or I don't ever remember him talking about this other than that.
Well, sometimes, there were times when we were alone or traveling and in the car together, and there weren't a lot of outside influences, and you're looking for conversation. Because in the normal course of everyday living, there are always so many other things to discuss. But a lot of times there are moments when everything just kind of falls into place, and it seems the right time. And we didn't talk about it a great deal. I mean, what was, you couldn't change it. And there were always so many other things to discuss, but there were moments when we talked about it.
What was his homecoming like?
Well, he called me up and told me when he would be in Chicago, and I took the train to Chicago, and I was so excited what I was going to wear, and I bought an expensive pair of shoes. I never spent that much money. I think they were like $15 or $20. That was like $150 now. And I wore a hat, and I met him at the Union Station in Chicago. I can't describe the feeling when I saw him. I'm sure he felt the same way. After 3 years, we both had matured. I was 23 and he was 27. And we just couldn't stop clinging to each other. I'm not a crier, and I didn't cry then, but I just, to this day, I haven't forgotten how that felt.
When did you realize that the man who went away to war was not the same man that returned?
Well, for one thing, he was used to giving orders, and he came, when the reality set in and he started ordering me around, I couldn't get over how he would talk to me. It wasn't all lovey-dovey. Instead of, never saying please or thank you and do this and do that. And it took me a while until I straightened him out. I just wasn't expecting to be talked to like that. It wasn't even common courtesy. And he, of course, he was used to telling people what to do. But we got along okay. The first year was plenty tough adjusting to each other. But it worked out okay, as you know.
All right, let's see. How had the cost of things changed by the time he came home? Was that a surprise to him?
Well, it was a gradual thing. It never, it really wasn't that much of a problem. I don't remember. I mean, we didn't have a lot. We had money that we accumulated. We had a lot more than a lot of people. We weren't rich, but we started off with nothing. So we had several $1,000s saved by that time, which went pretty far. But I should tell you about Uncle Jerry and how Dad went into business.
Sure. Did they come back about the same time?
No, Uncle Jerry came home much earlier, because the ground war. Uncle Jerry was in North Africa and Italy in that arena, and with the field artillery, they had captured most of the area that they were in. And so he came back to the States. I don't remember what month exactly, but in the meantime, Uncle Jerry took a real estate course. One of his friends was selling real estate, and Uncle Jerry had graduated from Madison with a business degree. And before the war, he had been working in New York at a department store, with the buyers and merchandising. But then, when he came back after serving in the army, he took this real estate course and got his real estate license. And he was living at home also, because there wasn't a lot of housing available at that time, and real estate was really a big business then, and people start building houses. And so he was, as I said, he was staying with my parents. And of course, when Bill came home, we stayed there too, because Dad was supposed to report to San Antonio, Texas. He had 45 days of accumulated leave, so we weren't going to move out and get our own place for that time. And one night, we were at the dinner table with my parents, and Uncle Jerry said they had just gotten a new listing for a nightclub in West Dallas. And he said, I think I'll go there tonight and see what it's like, so that I know how I can sell it, or what I can tell people about it. And Dad said, well, we don't have any plans. We'll go with you. So the three of us drove out to West Dallas and saw this tavern, or it was a nightclub with entertainment, a bar, a stage behind the bar, and it was called Al's Wind Up. And so we went there, and the place was jammed, and the entertainment was going. They had a piano player, and they had some singers, and they told jokes. It was a nice evening. And we came home, and Dad said, I think I'll buy it. He never discussed it with me. And there were rooms upstairs above the bar, but they were like like a rooming house, just separate rooms and a communal bathroom. And of course, it was still so new to me, being, I really wasn't a wife yet, and we hardly were a couple because we hadn't had a chance to really live together and get used to each other. And we had the money for the down payment. And of course, I felt that a man would make the decisions, business decisions, because I really wasn't that involved. I was pretty naive at that time. And, you know, my mother and father always got along. I never was aware of them discussing any business propositions, or when they did talk about things like that, I was oblivious to it. And I thought everything was going to be wonderful. Well, he decided, and then, of course, he was still in the service, so he had to find a way to get out of the service. Well, the fact that his father was a widower and lived alone, he felt that that might be an excuse for him to get out of or to be able to get out of, because he had signed up for another hitch in the Army or in the Air Force. So he went to after we sort of put a hold on it, and he went to Fort Sheridan and explained to them that his father was living alone and wasn't able to take care of himself, and he was going to live with us. And since he was the only son without a family other than a wife, then it was a hardship case. And so they agreed, and he got out of the service. So he bought the nightclub, and we moved upstairs. We knocked out the wall of three of the rooms, so we had a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen. And we lived upstairs and shared a bathroom with 3 other men, which was a little difficult, but we managed. And we lived there until I went to the hospital when you were born. Dad came home in November of 45, and you were born in October, the end of October in 1946. And then after I came home from the hospital, we stayed at my mother's for, I think probably about a month, 2 weeks or a month. And then we moved in upstairs of Skip Berg, who was the piano player at our nightclub. He had built this new home. It was a duplex, and he and his wife lived downstairs, and we lived upstairs. And it was a brand new flat, and we paid $40 a month, and everybody thought that was like paying $2,000 a month now, or more.
How was that staying above the bowling alley and nightclub?
Well, that was the bowling alley was in a different place.
Okay, so let me ask the question. How was living upstairs of your business? Was that good or not good?
It was not good, but we knew it was temporary. Because we could hear the noise all night long until it closed. It wouldn't have worked out with a baby. It was just temporary. And, Dad was right downstairs, so I felt safe there. But I was away from all of my friends, and I didn't have a car, and I didn't drive. And so I was pretty isolated. I had to wait for him to take me to the grocery store, and of course there weren't any supermarkets. There were only little corner groceries, and there was a bakery nearby, and there was a movie across the street, and I used to do the payroll, and I used to do the inventory. So I was, and being pregnant the first time, I wasn't lonely or anything. I had the telephone, and Dad was around a lot during the day.
I want to go back and pick up on something you mentioned earlier, that on Sundays you used to go to Dad's house for dinner.
Or when he was overseas, yes.
Did you ever go there with him, or just when he was overseas?
No, just when he was overseas.
What was that experience like?
Well, it was very different. His mother was a very sweet lady, and his father was like a tyrant. He didn't have a lot to say to me. He was, women in his eyes were just to keep house and not be very smart, and he was nothing like my father. But he didn't respect women, and he let you know it. But I think it was okay with him, because I was a Jewish girl who came from a nice family. But his mother was really a sweet lady, and she used to make things especially that I liked, because she knew I liked them. And she was very happy that Dad was going to marry me, because I knew she liked me.
I'm named after.
And of course, his brothers and sisters weren't around when I was there either. So I really didn't get to know them too well while he was gone.
Tell about the
But
birth, Mom.
I did see them occasionally.
Say that again. I did see them.
I did see them occasionally.
Tell me about the birth order of his siblings and how far an age range was there approximately.
Dad came from a family of 7 children. Aunt Viola was the oldest, and she was 20 years older than Dad. She was born in Europe, as was Aunt Mary and Aunt Carol and Uncle High. They were all born in Europe. I don't know how many years were between the other siblings, but then my father-in-law came to this country and left his wife in Europe, like most men did, and they came to America and established themselves, and then they sent for their wives to come with the children. Then when his mother was in the United States with the 4 children, she had 3 more. That was Uncle Joe and Aunt Lil, and then I think Aunt Lil was the first one, and then Joe, and then Dad. So there were like 4 years between the 3 of them.
When did she pass away? Or when did Dad's mom pass away?
In 1942, in May, and we were supposed to be married in June, remember?
Yes.
I had mentioned that.
And I am named for Grandma Rose.
Yes, you were named for her.
Tell that story about before I was born. What happened? Your dream.
I was probably 8 or 9 months pregnant, and I had a dream, and in this dream, Dad's mother came to me and said, everything will be wonderful. You're going to have a little girl. And it came true, and I was so thrilled. But Dad was disappointed. He wanted a son. And for the first week, at that time we stayed in the hospital for a week, and when he wouldn't go to the nursery to see you. He saw you when you were born, but he never went to look at the nursery. But on the day that he came to take me home, he picked you up, and he sat in the back seat with you, and I sat in the front seat with Mel Stein, who was driving the car. And I sat in the front seat with the plants, and he sat in the back seat holding you. And from then on, you were his little girl. He adored you.
The feeling was mutual. How many boy cousins were there before I was born?
You were the 10th grandchild, and all of the children before you were all boys. And that's why I was so happy to have you.
The feeling is mutual. What about driving to the hospital? Was there a story about that with Dad driving you to the hospital?
Oh, he went up on the curb. He was so excited. I started having labor pains, and I called the doctor, and he said to get to the hospital. And of course, we were living in West Dallas, and Columbia Hospital was on the east side. So it was at least a 25-minute drive. And it was in the middle of the night. And he was so excited. He was speeding and going over the train tracks. And when we got to, I think it was Kenwood Boulevard, he went up on the curb, but we got there okay. Dad panicked a lot in emergencies. You were there a few times.
Mm-hmm.
How did the idea of owning a restaurant come about?
Dad, after we sold the bowling alley, Dad decided that he would try real estate so that he would have regular day hours and be home in the evening. So he took a real estate course and he passed it. And he was went into partnership with Peter Pumpian, who was a boyfriend of his from the time he was 5 years old. And Peter had come home from the service, and when he was a lawyer, and building houses was very lucrative at that time. Anybody who had any money to invest started building houses. And because there was a very big housing shortage because none had been built during the war. And all the soldiers and sailors were coming home from the war and didn't have a place to live because other houses had been torn down and they were building freeways and roads. And so houses were really at a premium. And as long as Dad got his real estate license, he started selling houses for Peter, but it was in Waukegan, Illinois. And he didn't like the idea of traveling back and forth, and he didn't like standing around or sitting around and waiting for people to come in. And it wasn't a real fast turnover. And so there was a lot of sitting around and waiting, and that was not for Dad. In the meantime, Peter found out that the library, the Milwaukee County was going to build a library in the vicinity of Appleton and Capitol. And there was a piece of property that was for sale. And it was right on the corner. And Peter's office, law office, was kitty corner from this piece of property. It had been like an open air produce market. It was called a farmer's market. And Dad they were going to decide on either this piece of property or a block away. So Peter took an option on this property and put a down payment on it on the corner. And then the county decided to build the library on the other piece of property. So Peter was stuck with this land that he had put the option on. And one day Dad was in the office with Peter and they were deciding what they should do. Well, right across from it was a pizza restaurant. And they decided that competition would be good. And Big Boy Hamburgers had a restaurant a half a block away, and Kentucky Fried Chicken was building a store down the street from us, and that would bring people into the area. So Dad and Peter and a few other people in the area, in the office, decided that it might be a good place to open a restaurant. And another friend of Dad's, Maury Gilbert, was also in the construction business with Peter. So the three of them decided that they would open up a pizza restaurant in partnership, the three of them. So they went about the business of putting it into reality. And Dad went, after they bought the equipment and they remodeled the place, Peter had a crew of workmen with Maury. Maury was more of the manual labor kind of a guy. He knew all about construction. And he had also been in the service, and he was married and had kids, and Peter was married and had kids. We were all the same age, in the same age group, and all in the same position. They had all come home from the war, and everybody was looking for a future. And so Peter had his law office as well as the construction business, and everybody was doing it on with a minimum of money. Everybody was short of money, but everybody was optimistic, and the future was going to be wonderful, and they all stretched their dollars as far as they could. And a lot of it was very foolhardy, but that's what they did at that time. Nobody had any guarantees.
And then what about the pizza?
Well,
Dad, nobody knew about running a pizza restaurant.
Well, Dad and Maury Gilbert went to New York for a week to work in a pizza restaurant, and they hired a cook who had pizza recipes, and it was all the rage the way Mexican restaurants started several years after that. But somebody brought the idea to Milwaukee, and nobody had pizzas before the war. And now it's a staple of life. Anyway, Maury and Dad drove to New York and worked in pizza restaurants for a week and learned how to do it. And they learned by the seat of their pants. And they hired people that knew what they were doing, who had worked in restaurants before.
How were you involved with?
Well, at the time I wasn't. I mean, there were three of you kids at home. I was busy taking care of the three of you, and we didn't have microwaves, and we didn't have the conveniences of all the appliances we have now. Being a housewife was the normal thing. Not that many women worked after the war. When the men came back to replace them, women took over men's jobs during the war. But once the men came home, the women went back to being housewives and doing volunteer work and working with the PTA and that sort of thing. That was the norm. Anyway, I didn't get involved until maybe once or twice a week, I would come to the restaurant with the three of you, and we'd have dinner there. And then I saw how slipshod everything was being done. There was no real management. Dad was behind the counter making pizzas along with the other people that we hired. And we had somebody working the grill and somebody washing dishes in the kitchen. But the waitresses had no schedules. They never knew when they were working. Dad expected them to be available the minute that it got busy, and he would call them, and there was just absolutely no management. Nobody did, no leader. And they wouldn't, unless somebody told them what to do, they would sit around. And I saw that they weren't making coffee when it was running low, and they weren't cleaning off tables, and just in general, cleaning up. And they had no schedule. So I was doing the payroll. I always did the payroll, even at the bowling alley and the nightclub. So I was aware of bills being paid on time and inventory and that sort of thing. My mind just worked that way. And then we had an accountant who would take care of the taxes and go over my figures to make sure everything was okay. But that was every 3 months or 4 months when taxes were due. But little by little, as you kids got older, I started coming into the restaurant more often, and I made out a schedule of who was working when, and it was posted in the room where everybody hung up their coats and hats, and that's how I got involved.
Well, I have to ask you one question that I got from one of your grandchildren, and that was the name of the pizza restaurant. What was it, and how did the name come about?
Well, there was a large neon sign on top of the building when it was an open air produce store. And this neon sign was a farmer sitting on a wagon with fruits and vegetables on the back of the wagon. So we called this company that made the original sign, and we wanted to utilize it some way because it was very expensive to buy a new one, but they could remodel it. So I honestly don't know whose idea it was, but they came up with the idea of having it called a pizza wagon instead of a produce wagon. And so that's how we used the sign and decided to call it the pizza wagon.
What was the best part?
When we remodeled and changed the restaurant over to a steakhouse, we remodeled the sign again and called it the Coach House and made it like an English coach.
What was the best part of running a family restaurant?
Well, we knew 85 to 90% of the customers that came in. And as the three of you grew up, your friends came to work there as a part-time job to earn money while you were going to school. And then your friends brought friends, and it was a wonderful experience because we knew where you were and who you were with, and parents felt safe having their kids work there because they were supervised by Dad and me, and they knew where they were. And there was a real camaraderie. And Dad loved being with young people, and so did I. And it was a very good time for everyone.
What was the worst part about owning a family restaurant?
Well, the worst part of it was that it's very hard for a married couple to be together as much as Dad and I were, because he knew when I goofed up and I knew when he goofed up, and everybody makes mistakes. And also it was very hard to be a mother and a lover and a housewife and a disciplinarian, and to wear that many hats all at the same time and still to keep your own identity. But somehow or other, we survived.
Do you have a couple specific memories of your time with the pizza wagon?
Oh, there's so many. Some very funny, some scary. I remember Well, the policemen always came by, and they always came in to get a pizza, which Dad never charged them for. The policemen that were on the beat, who protected our area where we were. We knew them all by name. They knew us. They knew all of you kids. And, we were open till 3:00 in the morning, till 2:00 in the morning, and 3:30 a.m. on a Saturday night, an hour after the taverns closed or the bars.
So that was actually, Mom?
Yes.
That was actually, you stopped serving at 3:00 because bar time was 2, and then on Saturday you stopped serving at 4:30 because bar time was
3:30. Yes, but the policemen always came by and patrolled the lot, and we felt very secure about being robbed or being out that late because we knew that the policemen were around. So Dad was very happy to give them food when they were on a break. And I remember when Dad was in the hospital having his heart surgery, they would follow me home at night in their patrol car because I parked the car in the alley. And that's when we lived on 60th Street. And they followed me home to make sure that I got home okay. But one day I was at the register, and I don't remember where Dad was, and a bunch of Hell's Angels came in with their bikes, with their leather sleeveless vests. It was in the summertime, and maybe 6 or 8 of them with the metal chains and scruffy looking, and they all came in, and they sat down, and they were fine, but they looked very scary. And then I was at the register, and they sat down and they ordered, and they were waiting for their food, and one of the policemen stopped by, which they did normally, and they came in the back door, which they always did. And then they got their pizzas and they left, and the bikers were waiting for their food. And one of them, a big guy, came up to me at the desk and he said, "Why did you call the police?" And my knees were shaking like crazy. And I said, "I didn't call the police." He said, "Then why were they here?" And I said, "They stop in every night, because this is their beat, just to make sure that everything is okay here." And they said, "Well, I sure hope you didn't call them because we're here." And I said, "Why would I do that? You're not bothering anybody." And they went back and sat down and everything was okay. But I tell you, I was scared to death that I didn't know what they would do.
Weren't there any other times, like with some of the teenagers who came in, that they put you through your paces?
Well, it was nothing I couldn't handle. I mean, I handled them the way I would handle you kids. I mean, if they got out of line, I would just tell them they better behave, or they'd be barred from coming into the restaurant. And nobody wanted to do that because all of their friends were there. But then they start passing around drugs at other restaurants. And the police I remember on Mayfair Road, there at Big Boy Restaurant, it was in the newspaper that they had arrested a bunch of kids that were passing drugs at Big Boys. And I just didn't want to have to deal with that and having the police come and raid the place. And I didn't know if I didn't want to get involved in that kind of stuff. And that's one of the reasons that we decided to change the restaurant from a pizza restaurant to a steakhouse. But that was after you kids were at college already.
Well, I remember when I was 22 and I got married, I think right after our wedding is when they started remodeling the restaurant. So you had it for about 11 years?
Yes.
And then how long did you have Bill's Coach House?
We had that from we closed up the pizza wagon in 1969, shortly after 69 or 70. And then shortly after you were married. And Steve was at college and Tom was away at college. And we were closed for 5 months till they changed the whole interior. We knocked out every wall and started over again and changed it completely, the entrance and so forth. And we had a bar put in because Dad had a bar before and he was comfortable handling that. And he was very good at it. And so we had that restaurant from 1970 until 1978 when we sold it. So that was for 8 years.
If you had your life to live over again, what would you have been?
Who knows? When I went to school, I was going to be a kindergarten teacher. But then the war came along and changed everything, and I wasn't sorry. I enjoyed what I did, but it was very stressful. There were so many. It was owning your own restaurant is very, very difficult in so many ways, especially when you're short of finances. And we always lived very, very close to the buck. It isn't at all like you see in the movies or on television. It's fine if you have a lot of money to throw around and take a chance on. But having sent 3 kids through college, adding up to 17 years of college, I don't know how we did it, frankly, but, and I'm not sorry because I couldn't be more proud of any of you.
Well, that's nice to hear.
It was worth the investment. It's the best investment we ever made. Believe me.
Good. I'm glad you feel that way because I think we all feel that way too. How did it feel though when you were working and really, as far as I could see, most of your friends didn't work? How did that feel?
Well, there were times when I wished I didn't have to, but it would have been nice. I wish I had had a little more freedom than I had, but I've never really regretted it. I'm just glad that I got out of there alive.
Yes.
I really couldn't see an end in sight. I mean, I couldn't even begin to think about retirement or what was going to happen after. Dad's health was not the greatest, and even though I never thought about him dying, it was just I just couldn't foresee how I could get out of the situation.
Now let's move on to when we were children. So when did you and Dad decide to have children? Was that a conscious decision?
Oh, certainly after the war. I mean, you just wanted to have a normal life. During the war, it was a time when nobody had control over their own life. You couldn't plan anything. You couldn't foresee your future because you were in the service or you were working at a job. When could you get back to what you really wanted to do with your life? It's a terrible thing not to have control.
That is true. I would agree with that.
Of course, when you get older, you realize that's the way life is. You can control it up to a point. But when you're young, when you're in your 20s, you have no idea what life is really about.
Yeah, it's not until you get to be a certain age that you look back and you realize all of the things, the trite things that people say, and now you understand why they say them. Well, did you ever plan to have 3 kids?
No, actually, we were going, when I became pregnant, as I said before, Dad came home in November of 45, and you were born in October of 1946. So that was like 11 months. And when you were born, after you were born, Dad didn't want to have any more children. He thought you were so wonderful. That was enough. But then, then a couple of years went by and we thought, well, it would be nice to have another child. And it didn't happen right away. In fact, there's 3.5 years between you and Steve. It took several months for me to become pregnant. And then, surprise, surprise, Tom was born a 1.5 years later. He was a surprise. We didn't plan on having a third, and I wasn't real happy about it. And when I first found out, I thought 2 children was just fine. But I sure am glad he came along.
I want to ask you questions, and I'm going to ask each question about each of us. So, how would you describe me as a child?
You were the perfect child. You slept all through the night very early. You were adorable. You always were very sweet. You were very precocious. You had lots of friends. You were a very happy child. And then Steve was born, and I was thrilled to death. You were so excited because I had bought a book, and it was about bringing home a new baby, and the baby's name in the book was Stephen. And you were so thrilled that you got a brother just like in the book.
I kind of remember you up in your bedroom getting ready to go to the hospital to have Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure I gave you the book, but I remember telling you that you either are you going to bring Steve home, or his name has to be Steve or something. I remember that. I remember that vividly. Do you remember that?
Pretty much. I really do. I mean, it was like a dream come true. Mm-hmm. As you got older, and when he was 2 and 3, you used to give him hell.
I know, and I feel sorry for that, sort of, kind of.
But Steve really had, he had a lot of ear infections, and he really wasn't real healthy.
He had special shoes.
Yeah, well, he had flat feet and fallen arches, and he had to wear glasses, and he was kind of dorky as he was growing up, but he was always funny. And he was a sweet kid when he felt okay, but he really had a lot of discomfort growing up.
I remember
that. And
say that again.
He had a lot of discomfort growing up, health-wise, and he was a hypochondriac. And then when Grandpa died, he was 7 years old, and he was really affected by that. He used to read constantly. Anything he could get his hands on. He used to read the encyclopedias, and he would get a little bit of information and then imagine all kinds of things. I remember him sitting at the dinner table and saying, "What are the symptoms of appendicitis?"
I can just hear him.
Kids think about things like that. He really was afraid, and I had taken him to the doctor, to our pediatrician, and I said to him, "If Dr. Rosenberg tells you you're okay, will you believe him?" I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know how to handle it psychologically. And I wanted to make him comfortable. And after that, he was pretty good. After the doctor convinced him that there was nothing wrong with him, that he was healthy. I think he had a lot of fears.
Well, he also had his tonsils out. I remember that.
Yes, and he had the mumps, and none of you other kids got the mumps. The three of you all got chicken pox at the one right after the other. And I remember that Tom trained himself when he was out of diapers, when he was a year old, because he got chicken pox and he had such a terrible rash on his stomach and his buttocks, and it hurt when he wet his diaper. And so he learned to control himself.
Well, how was Tom as a child?
He was an angel. He just kind of grew. I was so busy with Steve that Tom, I used to prop his bottle, and it just killed me because I loved to cuddle while you kids were nursing. And
but you didn't nurse us. We were bottle fed, right?
A bottle. I just couldn't. It wasn't that I wasn't able to nurse, but I had such a big bust. I just didn't want it to get bigger because my mother had such a huge bust.
But also, wasn't that a time when formula came on the market?
Yeah, and doctors didn't push breastfeeding like they do now. And it was a lot of work sterilizing bottles and, at night after you kids were all in bed, that's when I'd have to do that kind of stuff because it took so much time to boil the bottles on the stove. We didn't have dishwashers then, and you had to sterilize everything. Now, they pick up a nook from the floor and give it right to the baby, but at that time, everything had to be sterilized.
Were you concerned about anything when you were raising me?
No, I really wasn't.
What about when raising Steve?
It was just the normal illnesses that kids have, but there were never any real medical problems with any of you.
So you never worried about really Tom either?
No.
What was the most irritating thing I did?
Oh, you couldn't stand to have a dirty dress on. You would go outside and play in the sandbox and come in and you had to be changed sometimes 4 or 5 times a day. And of course, I didn't have an automatic washer. You had to stand and wash the clothes and then run them through the wringer. Eventually, I did get an automatic washer, but there was a heck of a lot of laundry, and at that time I used to do Dad's shirts too, and they didn't have wash and wear at the time.
It had to be ironed.
Oh yes, many hours of ironing.
I know, listening to the baseball games.
Mm-hmm. And when I got the portable television set, finally in the kitchen.
What was the most irritating thing Steve did?
Well, I remember one of the things, he and Tom used to share a bedroom, and Tom would want to go to sleep, and Steve would want to keep reading. And so then Steve finally would read with a flashlight so Tom could go to sleep. But the boys always played well together. They always played baseball, and as they got older, they went golfing together, but they used to play baseball in the backyard.
What about Tom? Did Tom have any irritating behaviors?
No, he was just an easy child too.
Did you ever get exasperated like you were talking about your mother did? I'm going to get a knife and kill myself. Did we ever drive you to that?
Oh, sure. You used to call me the martyr.
Why do you think we did that?
I don't know. I suppose I aggravated you, like all mothers do. That's what mothers do. They aggravate their children.
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa.
How did we get along as kids, the three of us?
Well, the three of you really got along well. I honestly can't complain about the way you kids grew up. Looking back, I honestly don't remember any horrible moments when I wanted to run away.
Which one of us surprised you the most?
Surprised me. I'm in awe of all of you. I honestly can't believe how well you all turned out. I honestly do not know what I did that made you all into achievers. I mean, you're all so special in your own way. It drives me crazy when people ask about who's my favorite. How could anybody be a favorite when you're everything that I could possibly want?
That's wonderful. That will be wonderful for your other children and children's children and children's children's children. It will be wonderful then for them to all hear
none
that.
Of you have ever disappointed me. I honestly can say that. I have never been disappointed in any of you.
That's wonderful to hear.
It's a miracle.
Did you ever?
I don't know. I'm truly blessed.
Did you ever worry about any of the parenting decisions you were making?
I don't know. I don't think so. Just kind of flew by the seat of my pants, that's all.
Did you ever wonder back then how we would turn out?
No. I mean, my generation never thought, times are so different now that I know it's difficult for you have different concerns than we did. I don't know. I'm at a loss to say any more.
What sayings did you and Dad have for us?
What thing?
What did you and Dad often say to us that were important? Like one that I remember is never sell yourself short.
Oh, yeah.
And your brothers.
I remember one thing. When you kids were growing up, Dad would say, now remember, a lot of people know who you are because of the restaurant. And don't ever make us ashamed of you. And when you go out with a girl, you go out with grace and dignity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember good old Grace and Dignity.
Oh, yeah.
They were spoken of often in our house.
Oh, yes. Grace and dignity. But I remember Dad saying, now, people know who you are. You won't know that they know you. But don't ever make us ashamed of you. And that's true.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you've already answered these two questions, but I want to ask if there's anything more you want to add, because these two questions were asked by one of your grandchildren. What was it like raising three uniquely intelligent and successful children? And then also, how were you able to instill in the three of them the importance of always trying to do your best?
Well, Dad would always say, go into work a little early and stay a little later. Don't be a clock watcher.
And for the girl, for me, he said, never order from the right side of the menu.
Oh, I remember that.
Don't ever order the most expensive thing, and whatever you order, eat it. Don't leave anything on your plate. Pay good money for that.
Oh.
Yeah. And don't have dill pickles or garlic pickles when you're going out on a date. Dad passed away 23 years ago. What do you think his reaction would be if he could see us now?
Oh, he'd be out of his mind. He'd be so happy. He would. He would be so proud. And he would love all the great-grandchildren and the grandchildren and their spouses. Oh, that's my only regret, that he never got to meet all of you.
Well, he held a very special place in our lives, and as anyone who's listening to this in the future will know, that Dad may be gone for 23 years, but he's never been forgotten.
No, there isn't a day that goes by that we don't talk about him. He was very unique. He was not a saint. He was not always right. I always loved him, and there were days I didn't like him because of his opinions, but he was very unique, and I'm glad I married him.
We're glad too. I think one of the things that I will remember most is that how much he loved us. And he may have been angry and had a volatile personality, but there was always love behind it. And even when he was disciplining us or yelling at us for some reason, he would always come in and apologize and talk it out. And I think that was a great gift he gave us.
When my mother went to see her friends or to play cards, my mother played bridge and canasta and kaluki. My mother had many friends, and she used to socialize a great deal. And my dad would take her and pick her up. And in between, he would come to visit me, perhaps once a week. And all of you kids loved to play with him. In fact, the boys used to climb on the back of his neck, sit on the nape of his neck, and play Henry Aaron Barbershop. Where that started from, nobody knows. But my dad had very curly hair, and they would sit on the couch with my dad and comb his hair. They loved doing that. But he just loved all of you. And he would come and visit me because Dad was working at when he had the bowling alley. He was working at night, so then my dad would visit for several hours, and then he'd go pick up my mother because she would be in the area.
Where were they living at this time?
They were living upstairs of the store, the grocery store on 19th and Meineke.
When did they finally sell that?
After my father died. My father died in 1957, in May of 1957. And he died very suddenly of a heart attack. My mother continued to run the store with the help of her brother-in-law, Harryano, who was married to my mother's sister, Sarah. He had a grocery store in Racine and in Kenosha. Racine and in Chicago. And he was retired then. So he came and helped my mother because she couldn't be in the store by herself. And of course, Jerry had his job and Shirley had small children. And I couldn't with my 3 kids. And Sylvia had her job at Schuster's. So he would come and help her and relieve her. And so she lived there until eventually he bought the store from her with his brother, Sam.
And then where did Grandma move?
Grandma moved upstairs of Aunt Shirley on 54th and Hour. In fact, they bought the house together. Aunt Shirley and my mother bought the house together. And then when my mother when my mother moved into the Jewish home when she was 80, after she had a pacemaker put in, she didn't want to live alone anymore. And so she willingly moved with her own decision, moved to the Jewish home when she was 80. And so that's when they bought the house Aunt Shirley bought her share of the house from my mother.
Just out of curiosity, did you and your siblings or your parents involved, the nuclear family, did they ever have infighting or jealousy issues at all?
Never. Nobody ever got angry with each other. Nobody ever hung up on anybody on the telephone. We all respected each other's way of life. Nobody was jealous of anybody. We all got along. We used to all go over to Aunt Syl's pool. Aunt Syl and Uncle Al lived with Dad and me and Shelley until Steve was born. Aunt Syl worked at Schuster's for the cosmetic buyer, and Uncle Al worked for Uncle Jerry making windows. while they were living with me, they built a home a block and a half from our house on 60th Street. And Uncle Al did most of the work himself. After they had the house, they decided to put in a swimming pool because Uncle Al loved to swim and he wanted to do scuba diving. So they built this beautiful swimming pool in their backyard, and the whole family would congregate there on Sunday afternoons, and we would either order in delicatessen or we would have a barbecue there. Everybody pitched in, and all three of you learned to swim there. It had a diving board. It was a regulation-sized pool, and it was just the most wonderful day for all of us, getting together like that. So you kids all had wonderful memories of the swimming pool, and you could bring your friends in with Aunt Syl's permission, and there always had to be an adult present, and there were many rules, but everybody abided by them. And of course, we had to respect their privacy, so we would never go there without asking permission. But you could ask your friends to come within limits. And it was a wonderful time. Many of their other friends came, and it was just the greatest.
Looking back now as an adult, one of the things that I remember is how we were always late. How the family was often waiting for us for a meal at Grandma's for Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur, and we were always late. How did that affect you, number one? And number two, didn't you ever get any, quote, heat from the rest of the family for that behavior?
Well, Dad was the perennial procrastinator. It was always a stressful time for all of us to be there on time. And it got to be a big bone of contention. Many times I would tell Dad that we'd have to be someplace 20 minutes to a half hour earlier than than the actual time. And eventually it got to a point where I became very lax about being on time. But Dad used to drive us crazy. We would always be waiting for him because he's the one who drove. We only had one car, so I couldn't go without him. I remember walking in sometimes at a wedding when the bride was walking in. It used to drive me bananas. And the family and our friends, it was always a big bone of contention.
Well, I remember that we did walk into a wedding late when I was married to David, and in the early years, and he said, "We will never ever go with your parents again. We will be on time." I also remember when we were planning our wedding that we were going to tell Dad it was a half an hour earlier than it was scheduled on the invitation because we didn't want him to be late.
Right. I agree. I'm much more aware of being on time.
Did you and Dad ever talk about divorce?
Oh, there were times I would get fed up, and I'm sure he got aggravated with me, but he, we both loved each other, but I think we drove each other nuts. It's very difficult to have people understand relationships, as you know. I'm sure there were times when you felt fed up. Everything, I felt Dad should have appreciated me more. I think probably that I nagged him because he was thoughtless as far as I was concerned. It seemed to me that he always treated other women better than he treated me. He loved women. He loved people, but he was really an enigma. I always felt I was off balance with him. I never knew what mood he would be in. I had to be very careful about how I approached things to him when there was a decision to make.
I know he treated us children very well. We were afraid of him because of his outbursts of anger and his voice that seemed to shake the house. But I think the bottom line is, and probably with you too, is that he was deeply in love with us and he would be lost without us.
Everybody in the family on the Peterman side acknowledges the Peterman temper. In fact, even today, when I saw Shelley Goldman, I said, "Are you bringing Michael to the party on Sunday?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "How is Michael doing?" And he said, "Not great. He'll never get better."
This is my cousin Michael,
who had a very severe stroke and has difficulty talking. But his brain is okay. It's just a form of aphasia. However, Michael hit or pushed a woman that is in this halfway house with him. He's residing at a home, because he can't take care of himself. But these are private homes in neighborhoods. It's not an institution, but they have county government workers that take care. They're like, I don't know what the term is, but it's kind of a community home.
It's called a CBRF, Community-Based Residential Facility.
Maybe 6 to probably no more than 6 people in a home. And they're supervised, and there's like a nurse's aide available, but they're in touch with a nurse or a doctor 24 hours a day. But they live in a home setting.
Yes.
And he pushed a woman there last week, and Shell Goldman said, "I told him it's that Peterman temper that he has to learn to control, because when something goes wrong, they call Shell Goldman. They used to call Bob Peterman. He was like the next of kin. But since Bob passed away, now they are calling Shelley. And Shelley says, I have enough problems of my own. If this happens again, I'm not coming to get you out of trouble. So he acknowledged that the Petermans have tempers. It's certainly not from my family side. My father was such a sweet man.
We often talk, you and I, about how different you are than many of your friends. You know, many of your friends like to be, quote, taken care of. Where did you learn to be so strong and sure of yourself?
Well, I'm sure it was from my mother. My mother certainly was a take charge lady. And Shirley's very independent, and Sylvia is. I mean, it's just the way of life. We don't expect to be taken care of.
You're kind of hardwired to be strong.
It's something inbred, I think. I don't like to be around people that are needy.
What have been some of the most important changes to everyday life that you've seen? During the course of our conversation, you mentioned some of the things, you know, having one car and not having automatic washing machines and transportation being very different. Today, technology has taken over our lives. What were some of the technological milestones that have changed during your lifetime or while you were growing up?
Oh, my goodness.
Starting with the radio, maybe.
We had a radio, and that was kind of like when television came about.
When did you get your first TV set?
I really don't remember exactly when. Probably around 1948. I don't think we had it when you were born. But I know we had it in 1950. There were no cell phones. There was no color television. I remember, television used to come on maybe at 4:00 in the afternoon and then would be on till 9. And the rest of the time, there would just be a pattern on the screen, like on a computer screen when it's off. I got my first car when I was 35. I learned to drive after Shelley was born.
Who taught you to drive?
Oh, God, that was awful. He taught me to drive. They didn't have driving schools. When he taught me to drive, he expected me to get in the car and it was a stick shift. And he couldn't understand why I couldn't shift and put the clutch in at the same time. And he was not very patient with me. He expected me to do everything right the first time. I did learn to drive.
That was typical of life back then. He expected you to do everything and know how to do everything.
And I don't have good eye-hand control. I never have. And that was one of the reasons I couldn't play golf or play tennis well. I did bowl, though, and I used to enjoy that. And I bowled with the B'nai B'rith Bowling League in the evenings. because I had kids to take care of during the day. When you kids were older, even when we had the restaurant, I used to take off time and bowl on a Friday afternoon. And then Dad and I bowled in the couples league on a Sunday night because we used to be able to get away on a Sunday night. That was a quiet night at the restaurant. We didn't bowl until 9 o'clock at night.
Were there any other changes in your life that you wanted to talk about?
No, I don't think so. Not offhand, I can't think of anything.
When did you start coloring your hair?
Coloring my hair when you were a little girl, because I remember you were maybe 4, and I took you to the beauty shop with me, and you said, "Why are they putting chocolate pudding on your hair?" I used to have blonde hair when I was growing up. And then with each child, my hair kept getting darker and darker, and it was sort of what they call dishwater blonde. It was just black, and I didn't like it because I really felt like a blonde, and it's very difficult to describe that feeling, but I'm sure everybody has an idea of how they want to present themselves. And so I wanted my hair lightened. I used to first use just a rinse, but then every week I'd have to have it to use it. And this way, with having my hair colored, dyed, I could do it once every 6 weeks. So but I must have been around, 30, maybe, or even, 29 or 30.
When did you start knitting?
Oh, I started to knit when I was in grade school, because when I graduated from 12th grade, I made a skirt and jacket for graduation. Everybody in my mother and all, and Shirley and Sylvia, we all used to knit. My mother used to make, she crocheted a lot too. She made Afghans all the time. I even knitted a bathing suit, I remember.
Wow, that's an interesting thought, to have coming out of the water with a knitted bathing suit.
I mean, they didn't have acrylics or nylon. Nylon came in during the war. All of when they made parachutes out of nylon, and nylon stockings. Before nylon stockings, everyone wore silk stockings. Those are things I never even thought about, but there was either cotton or wool or linen, but nobody had, the synthetic fabrics were developed all after the war. As I said before, there was no wash and wear fabric. You had to iron everything. You had to use starch for shirts, collars, and the starch couldn't be too heavy. And then they didn't have aerosol cans either. That was after the war. You had to make a solution of starch and dissolve it in water. And the collar of men's shirts, sometimes if it got too stiff, it irritated the neck. And it was very difficult they didn't have steam irons. They had, well, when I was a kid, they even had an iron that you had to heat on the stove. They didn't have electric irons. And they didn't have electric coffee pots. You had to make coffee on the stove. They didn't have drip coffee makers, only coffee grounds that you had to use a percolator. The ground coffee would be put in a basket, and it was on a pedestal with like a straw out of metal, out of tin or aluminum or whatever metal. And then the water would boil and shoot up through this straw and come down on the basket of coffee grounds. And that's how you made coffee. They never had decaf coffee. That came much later. It's really strange to go back and think about all the things we didn't have that are even outmoded now. They didn't have clothes dryers. We'd have to hang clothes out on clothesline with clothespins.
Or down the basement.
That's true, or up in the attic. It's very funny. I don't even think about those things now. I'm trying to think of what other things. Oh, we didn't have microwaves, of course. We didn't have toaster ovens. No, I don't know of anybody that broiled meat. It was either roasted or fried. We didn't have Cuisinarts or blenders, or cooking really took a lot more time than it does now. Oh, and there were no electric stoves. Everybody had a gas stove or a stove that you put coal into. But that was when I was really of a small child, because I know that some of my friends had those kind of stoves, but we never did that I could remember. We always had a gas stove with an oven. And we didn't have refrigerators. Everybody used an ice box, and certainly not freezers. I can remember ice wagons going through the streets, and we'd put a sign in the window if you needed ice, and the iceman would bring the block of ice into the house. And they didn't have milk deliveries. There would be, you didn't go to the store to buy milk because you didn't have a refrigerator, so you had to keep it in an ice box, and the ice wouldn't have it at a consistent temperature. So people couldn't buy things ahead. You had to go to the grocery store almost every day or every other day, because keeping food from spoiling was a problem.
Could you give some advice or pieces of wisdom to all of your grandchildren about the world they're living in now and what they're likely to encounter in the future?
Well, in the course of their lives, there'll be many difficult times. They're just part of normal living. And just try and keep your wits about you. Dad always said, money problems and other problems are really not problems. They have a way of settling out eventually. As long as you have your health, you can overcome anything. When your health fails you, nothing matters. And Dad and I had many, many financial problems in the course of our marriage. Many ups and downs, many decisions to make. But we came through it somehow. But when Dad's health took a turn, we learned a lot. We learned to appreciate what we had, not what we didn't have. And as long as you have love and people who care about you, that's all that really matters. And your family. Be kind to each other and respect each other, regardless of whether you agree with them or not, and how you raise your children. Everybody has their own opinion, and nobody has all the answers. And you just kind of go through life and follow the script and try to make the best of it. And it's a wonderful world. But be kind to one another. I guess that's the best advice that I can give you.
I think that's pretty darn good, Mom. I think that's really good.
Mom, it's only taken 10 years to edit this interview that I did after your 90th birthday. We are all so happy that we've had another 10 years to enjoy loving you, being with you, learning our family history, and sharing lots of laughs and good times. We know it wasn't always easy, and sometimes you were a single mom, but you rose to the occasion and raised 3 amazing kids who have raised amazing children and now have raised amazing great-grandchildren. If someone had to define a life well lived, you would certainly be at the top of the list. We love you. We always have. We always will. And thank you for being our mom.